Here we are at last. It is the 38th and final episode for this season, the 38 special. Effluvium has run on YouTube since September. We've had a lot of incredible guests, great panelists, really eye-opening discussion, and I feel like the mission has been accomplished, and it would be great to see where we go from here. What does the future lie for this kind of forum? So me and the panelists, the regular panelists who have joined us on multiple occasions throughout the season, will be chatting about this, and also about the future of perfumery, the future of perfume content creation and reviews. I mean, in this age of TikTok and sound bites and short format content, what does this mean for the discussion? And we're to us as those hardcore perfume lovers, fume heads, frag heads. Where do we fall into all of that? So we'll chat about that as well. We're going to have Rachel joining us very shortly. And then at 7 p.m., Alex the Perfume Temple. And at 7:30, Ryan Perfume Bonfire is going to make his return. Later on, 8 o'clock, we have Mr. Clean, and 8:30, Margie Noire. And then our 7th finalist joining at 9 p.m., Dave of Callie's Groove Room. We're going to get this started with 3 first impressions, the last of the season. But we'll do a little twist. I'm going to have Rachel come in and she'll join me while I do it, because 2 of them happen to be samples that she had generously sent me. There's some goodies, and I didn't know where to begin, so I chose a couple of them for tonight. So I'm going to bring Rachel in. She's backstage. Hey.
Hi, JJ. I'm so happy to be here. How are you?
I'm happy to have you here. I'm doing well. I'm doing very well. Thanks for asking. How about you?
I'm excellent. Thank you.
Great.
I'm just getting over a migraine, actually, so I'm much better now than I was earlier today, and I'm just super happy that I'm okay. And that
Good. Just in time.
Just in time, exactly.
Why don't we direct our attention to the chat, since we have some chats coming through here. We Are Sentient had a chat just before the stream began. He said, sadly, I won't be able to make it tonight, but I'm looking forward to the playback. Thank you all for this wonderful season of perfume conversation. It's incredibly vital and important. Sorry. Much love, Jay. Thank you so much, We Are Sentient. You have been a long advocate and supporter and a great moderator, and I hope you enjoy the archive stream later. Hey, Heinrich, good to see you. And Will Mullen. Hi, GMG. And hey there, Jimbo. Thank you for showing up. And Philippe Alex, who was instrumental throughout this season for helping me out where my French pronunciations were a little rusty. He said, I won't be able to make it either. Unfortunately, this has been a great series of streams. Looking forward to catch this episode tomorrow and for season 2 as well. Thank you, JJ, and have a good time. Thank you, Philippe. Hey, Alex. We'll be seeing you very soon. And hey there, Keith, Manly Sense. Great to have you show up here as well. GMG wanted to share that his scent of the night, first wear of his latest purchase, Cajal Solage, a modern oriental take on Bel Ami. Very nice. Tripler, Buenas noches, compadres. Yeah, I'm a little tongue-tied. And Jimbo says hello to Rachel. And hey, Pat Lester, good to see you. All right. So what I chose one that I've been setting aside for a while. I just find really humorous because it showed up when I ordered something. It's been discontinued for a while. It's called Tropical Punch from Escada.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, it sounds like it's fun. It isn't exactly, something that I gravitate to, which is all the more reason why I thought it'd be a good idea to try this out. So on the back, un cocktail rafraîchissant de fruits délicieux sur un accord d'hibiscus. A refreshing cocktail of delicious fruits with an hibiscus accord. So I'm going to remove it from this little attractive little cardboard with the hibiscus blossoms on it. And there. And this is one of those kind of dabber types. And I think I'll just... Do you have anything from Escada, Rachel?
I have some samples, but I don't have any full bottles as of yet.
I used to have a bottle of Sentiment. And it was like a newer version of it. And I wasn't terribly impressed with it. But at the same time, I didn't really want to spend the extra money on an old version of it. So I just kind of figured, maybe someday somebody will send me a sample of it, but I never really pursued it much further than that.
Sure.
Ooh, this smells like shampoo, like major shampoo,
yeah.
like Garnier Fructis kind of shampoo.
Totally.
It has a very alcoholic beginning. Like a lot of butyrates and acetates and things kind of make that fruity feel. But I have to say, this is so far it's very shampoo-y. It's
that is so interesting. And this is a question I wonder. So I teach high school, so I'm around a lot of teenagers. And something I wonder about is that maybe people of our generation, or I'm Gen X at least, I believe you are too, JJ. And so I associate fruity fragrances with shower gels and shampoos and stuff like that. And my high school kids, they associate fruity fragrances with perfume, like full-on perfume and like body sprays and stuff like that. And so I wonder if that means that there's some kind of trend in fragrance where sweet, fruity things are now more associated at large in the market with fragrances as well as shower gels, or our generation just kind of grew up with that fruity sense being shower things only, or if maybe that's just in my own mind. I don't know, but I'm like you. When I smell something sweet and fruity, I immediately think of shower products.
Yeah, and this actually was released a while ago too. So I'm wondering, you know how sometimes a fragrance, depending upon how successful or even unsuccessful it is, it may the formula might be sold to someone else for like a more, either like a functional fragrance, like a detergent or a cleaner, or it could just be for a body care product, like a shampoo. And I'm kind of wondering if this is an example of that. I'm looking to see how long ago. I think this was released like in 2000, 2001. And maybe at the time this was like really cutting edge. Like nobody had really smelled such a tropical punch kind of fragrance. Yeah, it was 2001, Philippe Romano. And it has the usual culprits: papaya, peach. Hibiscus is an interesting one because I guess like a hibiscus accord would be more associated with like the nectar and the juice that comes from a hibiscus, because like hibiscus don't really throw much of a scent on their own. But to me, it smells exactly like how shampoos have started to smell in the 21st century. It's interesting. I'm glad that I have it as a reference, but nothing complex about it. Nothing like it is very much, it delivers its intention, I guess.
Yeah.
If you want something that's...
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was saying, and sometimes you want that, like the hot July days, you just want something clean, and that does smell like you've showered and I'm clean. Hot and sweaty. So it definitely has its place. And You're probably actually right, JJ. Listening to what you say, that does sound right. That maybe that just indicates its popularity more than anything else.
Right. It was proven to be popular, and now it is within, the whole suite of various body care products and shampoos and body washes and stuff. I like it. But it's for something like this. I think older versions. Not that I'm like older versions of Fruit are better, but it isn't so far off actually from Prescriptive's Calyx. But with Prescriptive's Calyx, there is, this mossiness and sort of like the, patchouli and woods that kind of in the dry down kind of set, sort of contrast with it a little bit more. Here, I think it dries down, kind of like a white musk, like kind of like a clean white musk and an amber, which is nice. But I would say that the grandparent of this would be Prescriptive's Calyx, probably. Neat stuff, though. And I guess it's been discontinued for a while. And for those who are Escada collectors, it goes for kind of a lot of money for what it is. So that was fun. And the other ones that I have, you happen to send me. And one of them is Cortana Irofante Parfum.
Oh, cool.
Ooh, fascinating. And I'm looking at the inside here. Suede, gasoline accord, nutmeg, smoky leather styrax, pyrogene. This is very smoky then. And I like how this is divided into acts. Act 1, ignition. Act 2, liftoff. And Act 3, arrival. And the final act, the third act, arrival, golden amber, cashmere, and vetiver. And I presume this is a perfumer, Luca Maffei. Yes.
That's right.
That's absolutely right. He is a perfumer. Who else would it be? He is the author of this particular fragrance. And it's time for me to try this. And I'd love to hear your thoughts after I do my first impressions. I'm putting it on my skin. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I'm doing it. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, man. Yeah. This is very much any kind of smoky material thrown all together. I will say that it isn't like so far in the top notes, it isn't like super, super birch tar. Like it's sort of like a midline kind of smoke. Like there is a little bit of that. There is a little bit of like cade tar. There is an overall tarry-ness too. Like general, like asphalt.
Mm-hmm.
Like hot asphalt. When, a road is just paved, I'm getting exactly that feel of like hot asphalt.
Yeah.
Wow. And, thinking about like the notes breakdown, I saw that there was nutmeg. And to me here, the nutmeg isn't popping out as nutmeg, but I could see where the nutmeg is contributing to that. Like I could understand how certain aspects of nutmeg is what's really, pulling out that feel. And also probably some citrus stuff too. For some reason, it reminds me of like, it also reminds me of like a new tent. Like a new tent for camping. Do you know that smell of like the material?
Yeah.
It's like the gases that you kind of have to like release for a while before you use something. It smells like that too. Which is kind of interesting because I kind of like that smell and probably shouldn't like it too much because you really shouldn't be breathing it in.
Yeah, like the way we like gasoline. Like at least I smell gasoline and we shouldn't.
Me too. I love that smell as well. But I know that we really shouldn't be inhaling too much of it. But the thing that I like about this is it is so wonderfully smooth for this kind of concept. Mm-hmm. Because so many of these conceptual fragrances that are meant to evoke smoke and tar and gasoline, petrol, what you name it, like really heavy phenolic stuff tend to be too heavy to the point where it is aggressive and almost just like it's almost unpleasant. Like I could see, I don't want to really name examples. I mean, there's only a few examples of something like this that I actually do enjoy because I'm particularly picky about smoky scents. But because I like Santa Maria Novella Nostalgia, that's great. Very different feel. That's much more gasoline heavy, especially in the top notes. But there's something about that they just were on the mark with it. But here, it feels more of like this cohesive amalgamation of all these different elements. But there's still that weird rubbery, totally. Vinyl-y kind of thing too. That's so wild. Good, cool stuff. Cortana Irofante. Cool. Yeah. I'm not sure if this would be a full bottle one because I'm so super picky about full bottles now, but I love that I have this, and I'd love to do kind of like a more thorough review of it and just kind of examine it more as it develops. And nice stuff.
I really want to know what you think, JJ. Maybe you can tell us later, maybe at the end of the hour or some other time with the review, but I really want to know what you think of the dry down, because the journey from the top notes to the dry down is really interesting. It was interesting to me, at least.
Yeah.
And it's a real journey. Like, a lot of fragrances these days, like the top notes are super interesting. And by the time you get to the dry down, you're like, I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
But the journey is really interesting in this fragrance. And I don't know, I'm sure you already know this, but for people out there who maybe don't, this was one of the IAO just recent award winners. I believe this was in the independent category. This was the 2023 Institute of Art and Olfaction award winner fragrance. So it's really interesting, fascinating, great to check out. I enjoy it like as a winter scent. Like I've had my bottle for a while and I really love it. But I'm like crazy about like gasoline cars, pavement.
Yeah.
Scents, like I have a bunch and it's really very much my thing. But I loved wear it in the cold. And so weirdly, my grandfather was a NASA engineer. He designed the electrical systems for the Gemini program and a bunch of the space shuttles. And so we would go, my dad like grew up like playing with Ham and Sam, the chimps that went into space. And so we've been to NASA and we've seen my family's visited just to see the museum and all that kind of stuff. Right. And there really is this very particular smell of the launch pad that you can visit. And it's that pavement with that kind of all these different oils that they capture really, really perfectly in this fragrance that I think is just like so cool. That kind of rocket launch with all these off-gassed oils and stuff.
Oh, wow. I mean, partly power of suggestion, but now that I'm smelling it, I can imagine that. And I think, I said just moments ago, like, I don't know if I'd go full bottle with this, but I definitely want to spend more time with this. Like, this is one of the better of its kind so far, just at least in the top notes in the first few minutes. So I look forward to spending more time with this, and who knows? I mean, I might fall in love. But
definitely try it in the cold. Like wait till next winter and try it then, because it's really different in the cold. Because I wouldn't wear it during the summer. Personally, I just wouldn't wear it during the summer. It's too much. But and it might be because right now, even in my house with the air conditioner on, too much. Yeah. But in my opinion, and again, everyone is different. But in the winter, it's really cool.
I'll definitely revisit it as it gets cooler again. But so far, like I'm really intrigued with it. Like I said, like there have been others that kind of fall into the sort of like smoky fuel, asphalt and all that kind of, that's just, they fall short of what I would expect them to be. They don't seem wearable enough. Like they're intriguing as an idea, but they don't really translate as well on skin. But this seems to work well on my skin so far, and I really like it so far. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna. Some things I don't revisit. Sometimes I'm like, I already get a feeling that I'm not really into this. But this one, I want to definitely spend more time with it. And at 7 p.m., I'll see how it is on my skin.
Awesome.
Great. All right, let's get back to the chat here and see who has dropped by so far. I want to kind of get back here. And we have PS. Hello. It is the grand finale, but not to fear, my dear friends. We will have monthly summer sessions, June, July, and August. And then we'll go back to weekly in September, like the third week of September. Hey, they're not in the know. Good to have you here. Jonathan, hey. Good to see you. And good to see you as well, Christy. Not a problem at all. You can always play it in the background as well. It is kind of doubles as a podcast. You don't always have to look, but sometimes we do show and tell. You can always look at the archive for that. Oh, wow. Amazing. Prescriptives. Yeah. When Calyx launched. Awesome. Yeah. I won't mention the year if you don't want me to. Hey, Taffy. Thank you very much. That's very sweet of you. Hey, Antonio. Good to see you too. I have a lot of people who were donors and supporters for the season too. And later on, stick around. There's going to be an announcement for everybody who has donated coffees or super chats this season, because there's a special surprise. And we'll be announcing that towards the end of the stream. At 8 p.m., I'm going to be announcing everybody who has been a contributor so far this season. And I'm almost caught up here. Hey, Tripler. Tripler, the Stegosaurus. GMG says, I'm waiting for a sample scent of the Oubigant Oriental Collection by Maffei and Antoine Lee. I have a bad feeling, but I'm open to be surprised if they call it the Oriental Collection. Come on. I guess you just have to kind of pick your battles, but it's just like, really?
I agree. Yeah.
It's like, no, I'm not reading that one, Jimbo, but I respect your opinion. I want to stand in front of Rachel's bookcase for a while. I'll be quiet as I check it out.
Come visit Taffy. We have many bookcases all over the house.
Thank you, paralyzed man. Don't. No, I'm not reading your name out. Don't troll, but I appreciate the compliments. We do appreciate it. I'm going to move on, though. Regis, these people, man. Regis Moncton, hi, JJ. If the series is coming to an end, then what will you hear? No, it's not coming to an end forever. It's not a forever thing. Just like I said a little while ago, there will be 3 summer sessions, June, July, and August. The June one is with Persolaise and another guest to be announced. And then I'm working on lining up guests for July and August. And then in September will be season 2 of Effluvium. Hey, Fernando. Good to see my dear friend Fernando. Oh, be nice, paralyzed man. I'm not reading those. Okay. Driving but listening. As I said, this is a great podcast format. Hey, Sticks. Great to see you. Great to see Moz. And M3 Carlino. Anyone interested in Guerlain? There's a great book from Assoline, a luxury new book just released. Thanks for the tip. Wonderful. Okay. So we're a little caught up with that. So tell me, oh, wait, we have a third one. I almost segued into it. We have a third one. And we have 39 people on. That's wonderful. Thanks, everyone. The third one is from a house for which I know nothing. I know of it, but I've never sampled anything. And this is Cognoscenti. Cognoscenti, for those who know. Scent number 44. And is this a little inspiration? God, I'm crazy right now. Is this a little inspiration for James Taylor, Fire and Rain? I've seen fire and I've seen rain. Smoke, Cypriol, hydrocarbo resin, which I adore. Oh my God. Have you ever smelled it? And I like pure hydrocarbo resin. It's fractional distillation of labdanum. Amazing stuff. So Cypriol, hydrocarbo resin, vetiver, rain. So we have the geosmin. California coast with this salt and grisalva, which grisalva is a great ambergris. replacer, and it has the ambrox, but it's like I think it's sort of a base, and has a lot of this other great stuff that evokes ambergris without using it. Sunshine, so that's a pink grapefruit, blood orange, and saffron. Florals that include neroli, gardenia, hedione, and geraniol, and warm breezes, light woods, musks, and resins. I like how that's broken down. Very nice. Okay, and this is the little card for those who are interested. And now we'll spray this, and I will spray over here, number 44 on this wrist. I'm a little worried about the geosmin, because geosmin really shows up on my skin, like really shows up. Sometimes it ends up overpowering everything else, but we'll see what this one's like. And it does, but in a good, but I like it, but I like it. But geosmin is just like, move out of the way. I'm gonna throw myself off of this gentleman's skin. I'm taking over. Step to the side. Very geosmin, very much like petrichor, rainy. So for those who aren't aware of what geosmin is, like extremely high impact molecule, a scent molecule. I actually think if you were to put just one part, like a tiny amount, and I forgot the exact volume, into an Olympic swimming pool, you would be able to pick it up in the water, a minute amount. So when perfumers use it, they have to dilute it to like 0.0000001%. Crazy me, bought some geosmin, not diluted, and I had to dispose of it properly as potentially hazardous waste, because I just couldn't handle it. So I had to buy it again, pre-diluted. It was not recommended to get it undiluted. But with this one, I mean, it isn't just geosmin to me. Like I do notice there is a little bit of greenness and lush grassiness underneath, and some woodiness. It does smell very watery. It smells kind of like if you're walking in the woods and you walk by some sort of body of water, like a brook or a small pond on like a warm day, and you have like the sort of like the vegetal, what do you call it? The aquatic vegetable matter, vegetation. There we go. The aquatic vegetation and all the good stuff around it. And it's just sort of like radiating in the air. And it is very woody as well. And it's kind of like that dank woody that I like. Like that smell of, like, if you really actually smelled a lot of wood, it would smell like. Not this sort of perfumed idea of wood. Like some wood is just kind of like mildewy and musty and earthy. Neat stuff. Wow.
This one is really cool. And this is another one that has a really distinct journey. So I would, again, love to hear your thoughts, like in an hour or maybe later another day once it's on your skin for longer. But this one is so cool because the woman who's the perfumer and runs the house, because she's an indie perfumer, very much in the vein of like an Amber Jobin at Aether Arts, is very much, she does wearable art, like fragrance art, with a big emphasis on the art. And this fragrance in particular she entered it in there's this experimental perfume festival in California every year, and this was when she kind of entered in that, and it was so successful she ended up turning it into a fine fragrance. And this was the journey, or the story of this is like she lived through the California forest fire era. Remember when that year there was all those huge forest fires where people died and stuff, and so this is her memories of when there's all these forest fires, like literally feet from her house. And so you have the smoke, but then you have all the water on the woods, because they had to dump all the water on all these forests. And so for weeks and weeks and weeks, she just was living with this smoke and this wet wood smell from living through the California forest fires. And then eventually, and again, this is way down in the dry down, but eventually that clears, and she can really like viscerally remember the kind of that first day of fresh air coming back after all that smoke and wetness and just very un-California. And it was just a really traumatic event, I guess, you know, for people who lived out there, and especially people who live with smell and olfaction as their art and, you know, their livelihood, and having to live with those smells of the forest not smelling like the forest, and then eventually it clearing. And so that remember how you really liked the way the sunshine accord was detailed out. So eventually when you get to that sunshine accord later in the fragrance, it's really something. But again, that doesn't happen for a while, but the journey is really cool. So I thought you would appreciate it. So
it's already evolving, and this one's fascinating to me. And thankfully, the geosmin, it was just the first few seconds of a blast, and it receded. It settled down, and it is there is a suggestion of a little a little bit of sunlight through the trees in this sort of watery. It almost kind of reminds me of like wetlands in the woods. Yeah, I will check this one again at 7 p.m. as well.
Cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
These two, both this and the Irofante and this are really intriguing. When I was looking at them at first, I was like, oh, I don't know. I've smelled so many ideas like this, and these are actually really well done.
Yeah.
Like I have to say, they exceeded my expectations, definitely.
Same. Yeah, same. Yeah.
Nice, very nice. All right, back to the chat. I already had to put somebody in a timeout because there's just certain things that we just don't want to read. This is not the place for it. This is not the place. Okay, just catching up here. And we have a super chat from Styx. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Much appreciated. Apparently, Boz has waged war with Mr. Smelly. I guess stay tuned to Mr. Smelly's page, channel, and stream for more information.
I don't like drama.
No, I mean that, I don't know what that means, but if it's conveyed through supporting my channel and supporting Effluvium, then it's been read, and I appreciate it, and I'm glad that you're here, Styx. Ricky Tomatoes, good to see you. Regis Moncton, have you tried anything yet from Maison Violet? I'm fond of their releases Tanagra, Unir d'Apogée, Sketch and Compliment. I tried Unir d'Apogée, Sketch and Compliment, and they were very nice, very nice.
I like them too. Yeah.
Didn't go full bottle yet because I'm trying to be, disciplined, trying to slow it down. But it's like Brooke Belden said, I mentioned it earlier in our little chat, just because you like something doesn't mean you need it. And that's been my mantra. It's like I'm becoming much more fastidious about the volume of fragrance that comes in. Because at this point, I have a lovely museum as it is. Time to musk up. Hey, what's up, Rudy? And good to see you, J.O. And Taffy says, I remember a cool carrot one on the Cognoscetti set. Ooh, I like the idea of carrot. I like root vegetables in fragrance. Carrots and radishes and rutabagas and things like that. It just kind of goes in line with liking earthy stuff in a fragrance. Dave, we were wondering where you were. Hey. And Marcus, what's up? And catching up here. This is we're starting off this marathon finale stream, just very mellow, very relaxed, and it's wonderful that we have 49 people tuned in. It's fantastic. And I'm just skipping through some of the side conversations here just to see if I've missed anyone. Rachel has smelled so many indie perfumers. Thank you for bringing them to us. She's enlightened me on many, I must say. And
JJ for me, so many. Yeah,
that's true. But I feel like more you have enlightened me more as far as the indie realm. The indie realm, I neglected that. I neglected that space a little bit. But thanks to you, you've encouraged me to have indie perfumers on the stream, and we've had so many great ones. All right. Almost caught up. Okay. Very active chat here. Great. I do have a star. Oh, I don't need to have that one start because we already read that one. John! Yay! Hey, what's up? Good to see you. John happened to be one of our guests during this season. One of my favorite streams was when John joined us. Good to have you.
Teacher. He taught a class at the Institute
of
Olfaction, which I hope he does again because it was amazing. One of the best classes I've ever taken, and all of you should go take this class on how to write about fragrance, which JJ, you're a poet already, so you don't need any help. But for everyone else who wants to learn how to express their thoughts and emotions and experiences of fragrance, oh my gosh, it was amazing. It's just like, yay.
John's brilliant. He is a very talented artist, multidisciplinary, which I think is amazing. Music, visual, scent. Love that. I love those who dabble in different disciplines and integrate them together. It's excellent. And Duncan, where's Duncan? People are saying Duncan's here. Oh, here he is. Hey. Tell us in the chat what you got in those packages. And no funny stuff. I mean the parcels that you got, okay? I know some people want to go in that direction. We're not doing that right now. We leave that for the backstage. And this is John, thanks you very much. Scent of the Day, Coromandel, EDT. Fosco, what's up? Good to see you. Thank you for being a supporter and a subscriber. I was looking at all of my early subscribers, the ones who subscribed the first weeks that I launched my channel, and Fosco, you were one of them. So thank you very much for being there from the beginning. All right. A lot of funny business in the chat that I'll just let be. All right. Well, I have a banner right down here, and it is an opportunity to buy me a coffee. Now, the reason why I encourage buy me a coffee, I'll explain. So it's great to do super chat. That's fine. But I don't want to talk too much smack about YouTube because they allow me to be here. But buy me a coffee does not take a very large percentage out. I get most of the money. So if you can, just buy me a coffee. One coffee is $5. If you're willing to be generous and you want to get me super hyped up and super caffeinated and wired, you can buy 2, 3, 4, 5. Tonight's deal, there's a deal. If you purchase 5 coffees, so that's a total of $25, you will get a sample pack from me. So that's 5 coffees, $25. We'll get you a sample pack. The mystery grab bag has now been exhausted at this time because I have to assess what doubles I have left to do that, because I think I have given them to most of them to everyone during the season. And Fosco says the scent of the day is Zoo Everlasting, which Rachel gave me a sample of that. I'm going to be doing first impressions of the 2 Zoo samples that you sent me, Rachel, on Thursday when I do scent spells. So I decided to name the stream, which will be my last stream until June 27th. First impressions, scent spells, the Zoo, and more. Cool. So yeah, I'll do my first impressions then. With sugar, milk, or straight black. I happen to like my coffee, ideally with a half and half. And I know this is kind of lame because some people say it's either real sugar or no sugar. I hear a mommy. Do you want to attempt it?
I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second. Right back.
Okay. All right. But I tend to take it with half and half, and I'll do like a natural sweetener that has fewer calories and sugar. So I'll do like stevia, monk fruit. I know I don't take coffee black. That's probably supposed to be the best way to enjoy coffee. But yeah. And Stick says, I don't know if I'm following that or if that was sort of like a side conversation. It's super green and natural. That's the first edition no ingredients listed on the box. Fresh as hell, since it has that casing around it and it was sealed without a sprayer. I think I missed what you're referring to, Sticks. Maybe you were talking to another person in the chat. 47 people on. Wonderful stuff. Let's see super chats, orb coffees coming through. And, if it's still not the end of the season, so if you're sending these in, you will be eligible for this surprise that I will be announcing at the end of this stream. And, Boz apparently has waged war on Parfums de Marly and Ramsey. Film at 11. Okay. So, the chat is really fun right now. Rachel, tell me, so if we did the 3 first impressions, the last for the season, tell me what have been your picks so far, like new things or things that you had for a while that you've reached for recently.
So I actually just got a couple beautiful bottles in the mail this past week. I'm so excited to share with everyone. One is one of the new Arige L'Adore fragrances. I bought 2. But this is the one that I got first.
I'm going to zoom in here so we can see.
This is History of Indonesia, which is basically these Russian Atoms kind of new series are sprayable attars. So they are real attars, right? So the oil, 100% oil concentrations. And I thought, sprayable attar, I don't know about that. But oh my God, it's beautiful. It's just stunningly gorgeous. And this one, the Indonesian oud, that this is, and they're all ouds, right? And so this one is actually, the oud is from a plantation oud from Indonesia. And I thought, oh, how interesting. I don't think I have a lot of plantation oud. So number 1, it's sustainable. And number 2, it's when you process plantation oud, you don't get a lot of that kind of fecal barnyard. You don't get those fecal barnyard aspects that you do a lot of times with wild oud.
Right.
And so let's see. I'll just kind of read what's in the box because I don't remember exactly. So I'll just read it. This perfume composition consists of agarwood essence obtained via hybrid CO2 and ethanol extraction. Oh, that's the other thing that's so interesting, is that it's oud it's agarwood oud that's been processed with, or that's been extracted using CO2 extraction, which for me is super new. Like I've never experienced that before, and therefore it is cleaner. You get a lot of the lighter notes, like a lot of the lighter and fresher notes. So I mean, like I can wear this to the office, right? No problem. It's not stinky. It's not pooey. It's really, really lovely and beautiful, and I'm kind of obsessed with this, right?
Nice.
And for Russian Atom, it's affordable. I think this bottle is like $140.
More accessible. That's good. Yeah. And we were just talking about CO2s in last Thursday's stream, the CO2 extractions.
Yeah, and exactly.
Yeah.
And then, coming from a sustainable plantation. So just, so I'm really excited. So it's sprayable oud, and that I'm really enjoying. So that's one.
Great.
Do you want me to do another one, or do you want to share one of yours? Or?
Oh, no, just go ahead. Just keep on sharing what you have. I'll be sharing mine kind of like scattered throughout the night. Yeah. And
another one is this one. This is Guerlain. Jasmine Bonheur. So this is just a really cool Delphine Jelk jasmine fragrance. Really beautiful. It has some citrus on top. According to Guerlain, it's like 3 different types of jasmine, and who knows if it's actual real jasmine absolute or if it's reconstructions based on the style of different jasmines. But apparently it's jasmine from grass, so kind of green and floral, as well as jasmine sambac, so kind of fruity, like Indian jasmine. And then another one was, I think, Egyptian jasmine. So that's really interesting. And when you spray it, you kind of go on a jasmine journey, and it's very complex. If you love jasmine, for me at least, I was so excited to try it. Yeah. And so I ended up getting a full bottle. This really is, it's very, very, it's too expensive.
I know.
Like it's way too expensive. I actually ended up I wrote a post about this, and then I ended up taking it down because I thought this bottle is way too unaffordable. And I don't know how much, I ended up looking, we had a kind of a chat about this, just backstage. And I ended up looking at a lot of my Instagram posts and realizing that most of the bottles I've been posting about lately are really on the too expensive side. And I wonder if unconsciously I'm like, oh, I want to show off all these fancy bottles instead of because when I purchase stuff, it's really all over the board and pretty evenly split in terms of what I actually personally buy to wear myself. But it's why am I only really posting about the fancy ones? So I thought, maybe I'll take this one down and post something else later.
Well, I think that's it's a normal human thing to just show how excited you are to have something in your possession that you're enjoying. And I can totally understand, you know, the concern about it being sort of like this display of, you know, conspicuous consumption, like, look what I have. And I have felt sort of self-conscious about that at times too. But I think, you know, when you're somebody who has a passion for perfume, and there is something that resonates with you so much that you are willing to invest that kind of money in it, and you're just sharing that and sharing a very thoughtful review of it, I don't think that any of us should necessarily feel that kind of self-consciousness, because it's all in a matter of the delivery of it. And I think that the delivery in your posts never suggests that it is something that everybody should have. Like, you know, this is a must-have. Better shell out the $500 for it. That it's, you know, it's your personal experience that you're sharing, and that you're giving sort of like a thoughtful assessment of how you're connected with this fragrance. And I think that it, like I said, I think it depends on the presentation of it and the delivery. Like, say if you were somebody who were doing like a bling bling blitzy kind of like, look at all of the bottles that I have from the exclusive Guerlain line. It's $8,000 worth of them all in a row. And just, you know, that kind of like flashy show-offy thing. I think that kind of gives off sort of a different message, but it's an interesting topic to explore. And I think also Alex, who will be joining us pretty shortly at 7 p.m., he said that there can be sort of this, and I think he has a good point, this inverse elitism, where it's kind of like, yeah, you know, like if you're spending X amount of money on a perfume, you're just spending that money because, you know, you're showing off, or you think you're arrogant because you think that the only quality perfume is above a certain price point. And, you know, that's not necessarily true either at all. But yeah, I don't think you should have pulled it down. I thought it was,
Well, thank you. No, I appreciate that feedback. It's actually something it's good to think about and talk about, and at least like sometimes be challenged on to self-reflect on, like, you know, to see what vibe am I giving, and, you know, like another thing that I brought to show, which is, you know, very like, you know, within the reach of, I think, a lot of people. And just as a sidebar, I'm 44 years old. I've been a professional for a long time.
So am I.
Oh, cool.
We're the same age.
I've worked every day since I was 14. So I'm at a point in my life where I do have expendable income. And there's lots of people that are 44 and older than me that don't. But I'm privileged, lucky, right, that I do have money to spend on perfume, right? And I know that lots of people don't. And it's, you know, it is what it is. That's the position I'm in, and I'm happy to share my experiences. And I love talking and sharing my experiences, but I don't ever want to make anyone feel like they're less than, or it's not okay to not buy perfume, you know, or be extravagant with their fun money or whatever, or, you know. But hopefully you guys know that. But
of course, I think you needn't worry at all about it, because obviously I think you have like a deeper connection to fragrance. You know, it's not, we have so many people who make content, and we can, you know, not to go into that judgmental space, but we sometimes we ask ourselves, like, what is the intention behind this, you know? And I think that when I see your content, I know that the intention is, first of all, it's earnest, and second of all, it's like, your passion really shows. It shows more than just, you know, here's a picture of a bottle or a video of a bottle. Here are the notes. And I'm here to show off how great I am that I have this perfume and you don't. And that happens too, but well maybe I feel the same way about your content. Obviously, it's so well researched and so well written. It's clear that you love this art form as an art form, right? And not just as a consumerism thing, you know. It's a good topic to discuss, because, you know, I think that we are highly influential if we're willing to get in front of a camera or create content. And I've said this before, and I think some people are like, well, you know, it's up to the person who's consuming the content to decide. But I do think that there's the psychology behind it. There's truth behind it. And if you choose to say certain things, And it's like a repeated message. In time, people are going to be convinced, like, wow, this person really knows what they're talking about. I think I'm going to listen to them. And you have kind of like this responsibility when you're in that kind of position. And that's why, like, I never want to say to people, like, no collection is complete without having, fill in the blank here, because I will always say that the perfume is a personal experience. Just because, like, I have this opinion that a particular perfume, whether it's culturally or socially relevant, it's a classic, it's famous, or it just smells utterly, magnificent and beautiful to me, it doesn't mean that anybody else needs to have it. Like that attitude, like, you must have this. I think it can be kind of addictive. It's like infectious. Like, if people say that long enough, they're like, oh man, they're right. I need it. And then they start building the list and they're like, I need to buy all of these things because these people are saying so. And so, yeah. It's important to tread carefully with that kind of stuff. Manly Sen says the latest pickups, vintage Aramis, not worth it. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, I loved this. I think I saw your post earlier on Instagram. That Keith, you actually prefer the newer version of it, which that's awesome. I like when people are not afraid to say, you know what, for all this talk about the vintage being better, I don't really, I prefer the newer version. It fits me better. I was having to talk with Timo, Finished Sense, about how we both prefer like newer Bellamy. We love the way that Jean-Claude Ellena sort of reimagined it and made it a little bit more so-called modern, because it was his take on it, and we like the way that feels more so than the original, and that's okay, and that's like something that should be encouraged. We shouldn't, we should never say to somebody like, oh, I don't know, your nose is broken because you don't like the older version. But yeah, I have like a somewhat older version. I have like a 90s version. I don't know how old yours is, Keith, but I respect that and I believe it, honor it, and that's cool with me. Tripler, Rachel and I are connected. Oh, we already read that one. Sorry about that. And Paralyzed, we'll give you a nickname. Are Riz safe to wear on the skin? I heard some had concerns in recent years. Rachel, can you answer that?
Well, I mean, I can't answer it 100%, but I would say in my experience, completely and totally safe. I have lots of Riz bottles. I've never had an issue with skin sensitivity. And I understand that indie perfumers who do work outside of IFRA, that's a completely valid question for any of them or all of them. But for me, I've never had any skin issues or skin sensitivity with any Riz perfumes bottles that I own and that I wear all the time. And so no, for me, no.
And Dave asks, do they sell samples? Are samples readily available?
So that's really frustrating about Riz, who again is someone who it's more like an artisan or an artist rather than he doesn't work in the like more factory part of the fragrance world. So no, as far as I know, he doesn't. Riz Rachanam does not sell samples. So you really have to blind buy it, which is really unfortunate. I'm sure that I know that there are third-party sellers out there, if you Google them, where you can find third-party sellers that will sell you a sample or a decant. But direct from Russian Atom, unfortunately, no. Hopefully, you know what? That's not true, actually, because he does. It was his. There have been a couple collections where he does sell samples of his collection, but for this one, the history of oud, there are no samples. You just have to blind buy the bottles. But I believe it was for his Indian sandalwood collection. There was a sample kit that you could buy that was really cool. I think it's all sold out now. And that's the other thing that's so difficult about some of these small indie perfumers, including Rachel Doré, but there's many American indie perfumers that are the same as like once they've made a bottle, they've made it and then it sells out. Because it's not a factory operation, right? It's not a huge operation like Chanel or Guerlain. So,
Jimbo, you need not miss Margie. She will be joining us later at about 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. She'll be joining us.
We love Margie. We always miss Margie.
Yes.
Oh, and
Yeah.
before I go, because I'm so sorry, JJ, because I do.
Oh, I know you have you just
in
had the
5 minutes.
6 to 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time slot. Yes. We're going to do a little transition and bring Alex in after you part with us. But I'm so glad that you could join us for the first hour.
Yeah.
Alex is here. Alex Pearl, that is. I give credit to any nose that can create a fragrance with character, longevity, and projection using less expensive materials due to budgetary constraints. Very
And I
nice.
would say this is real quick before I go, because I know that I wanted to bring these because Baruti, I'm sure you know Spiros's brand. I'm sure you've worked with Spiros, right, at the Institute of Art and Olfaction.
Me? I haven't had the pleasure of.
For some reason I thought so. I'm so sorry.
No, I really wish that I had. I'm going to zoom in so we can see your.
So this is, if anyone knows, at the Institute of Art and Olfaction, there's a gentleman whose name is Spiros. He's a Greek gentleman who is a perfumer who teaches classes there, and he has his own brand of perfumes called Baruti Perfumes. I believe he lives in Amsterdam now. That's where he's based, and they are amazing. I just got the sample set in actually a few weeks ago, but I've been so taken with them because every single one of them is unique. There's not one of them that I picked up and gone, oh yeah, that's a traditional Chypre. Oh yeah, I've smelled this before. Oh yeah, that's a Baccarat 540 kind of a thing. And I'm fascinated with them. And I love it that they're all so unique and new. And there's several that I do want to buy in full bottle. I'll get around to it. It's like we've got to kind of plan out our budgets for full bottles. But this is what the sample set looks like.
Very cool.
So I just thought I might bring this to your attention. But JJ knows who I'm talking about. But there's the really cool Drama, Coupa, Perverso, Nude, Berlin in Winter, Under the Lind, Indigo, Oh My Dear, Voyance. They're really interesting. So if you're interested in someone who works in mixed materials, so both naturals and synthetics, someone who has a unique point of view, who's working today. This gentleman was actually a neurologist before he became a perfumer, so he's really interested in the way that scent interacts with our brains. So they're just interesting and cool fragrances.
Wonderful. We currently have only 24 people who have liked the stream, and we have 58 people tuned in. If we can get some more people to like the stream, like it, whatever you want to call it, thumb it up. We have Alex backstage here. We're gonna be switching with Rachel. She's gonna be parting with us in a bit. But before you go, I'm gonna revisit the Cortana Irofante. And now it feels like warmer and like a different kind of smoky, more sort of like a woody smoky and like this warmer ambery kind of feel.
Yeah, totally.
It feels a little bit more cozy. And then the Cognoscenti number 44. And now the florals are coming out a lot more. An aspect of it kind of reminds me of like, definitely pick up something that kind of reminds me of that strange lactonic metallic gardenia. Also, like oddly enough, like azaleas, like scented azaleas.
That's so cool.
Neat. Yeah, I look forward to spending more time with each of these, and I appreciate your sending them to me, and I'll be going through some of the others as time progresses. So great. Wow.
Thank you for having me on tonight. It's so
cool. Of course. All right. Well, we'll chat more soon, and I'll let you go for the evening. Thank you so much, Rachel, for all of your support during the season and for being a loyal co-host in many of the more recent episodes. So take care for now.
It's my honor, really, genuinely. You're such an amazing, so intelligent, such an amazing person. Thank you. I look forward to the future. Give Alex a huge hug for me. He's amazing too. And see you later.
Thank you. Take care. All right, folks, we'll be back in just a moment.
Hi there. I'm alone.
No,
So-
yeah, I'm here. I was just in the background. I'm here.
Yeah. Okay,
Hey,
perfect. Hey, Jay.
kicking off the second hour of this marathon stream. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thanks for having me. Always happy to be on your stream.
So tell us what's new.
Well, not really a lot. A lot of work, a lot of overtime. Just the holiday period just began when people are taking the summer holidays. So we have to sub in for people who's on vacation, and we have a lot of overtime. So I'm not jumping on streams anymore from work, as you have seen. Just when I'm home on my day off, it's really tiresome, but you have to do that, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's okay for the rest. I'm doing good.
So for folks who aren't aware, Alex was actually our very first guest for the first season back in September, and has returned as sort of a regular panelist a couple of times. We've had some great conversations, you and I, and Chris from Chris Scentland.
Yeah.
There's much demand for us to join forces again, and hopefully we can make that happen sometime over the summer.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, Alex, what have you been wearing lately? What do you have with us to talk about?
Oh, scent of the night. Actually, you know it. It's Anatole Breton Le Guillerette. Sorry, it doesn't focus.
Yeah, we're
Well,
somewhat making it out.
It's a Le Guillerette because I think it's a fantastic weather scent. I love the note of lilac. I think it's very underused in perfumery. I like it because despite being a floral, it's not very piercing, very penetrating throughout the fragrance. It's very smooth, hairy. And I think it goes unbelievably well with citruses. They mix and match very, very good. I'm alone again. Okay, JJ will be back. And this... yeah, I was saying, I think that the lilac note goes unbelievably well with citruses. I think they may have something in the chemical composition which is similar. Maybe JJ will be more precise on that too, because I have no background in perfumery, as you all know. And besides the lemon and the citruses in the opening and the lilac note, there is also a lily of the valley note, which contributes to the floral art. It's a little more piercing, a little more sharp, little sharper than the lilac note. Hi, Fernando. And there's a musky base to round it off. I think it's a great, easygoing to be an indie fragrance compared to other offerings from Anatole Breton, like, for example, Bois Lumière. It's a little more difficult. Or I'm also going for Grimoire a lot recently, which I'm on a trend of fragrances which are suitable for warmer weather, but with a note of incense. I want to find out fragrances that are centered or have a noticeable incense note, but they are wearable in spring and summer too. They are usually, when you have incense, fragrances tend to be very heavy, very rich. But I found some like Grimoire, like Sevilla Lobe.
Yes.
And like another one that's coming soon, there are quite suitable for a little warmer weather. Well, not. I won't wear Sevilla Lobe in the dog days, but I think for a cooler summer evening can go pretty well.
Yeah, I do like the idea of certain incenses being suitable for warmer weather. I think a lot of people associate them with winter and colder weather. But I think that the note of molybdenum or frankincense resin, especially when it's paired with like citruses, they kind of harmonize really well. Another one is like mastic resin in citruses. They harmonize really well, and mastic has sort of like an incensey feel to it. And Sevilla Lobe, it was just a remarkable fragrance. The concept behind it, the usage of that beeswax in it that fixes everything together. Just great stuff. And sadly, it's been discontinued, if I'm not mistaken, just recently.
Yeah, unfortunately, because to me, that's pure genius. Really one of the most creative and really genial fragrances from Duchafour or from anyone else. But I want to know your opinion about this lilac note and how it mixes perfectly with citruses, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. I do think, well, you know, lilac, just getting into like the scent chemistry of lilac is highly terpenic. So in chemistry, terpenoids are what make things either citrusy or herbal or soapy or fresh or piney. And lilac has a lot of terpenoids in its scent profile, and so does citrus. So naturally, they just kind of combine really well. It's kind of like the same thing, same reason why, pardon me, ylang-ylang and aliphatic aldehydes kind of gel together, because they share some of the same components. But yeah, I actually was thinking of exploring some lilac scents more. One that I haven't tried yet is En Passant from Frederic Malle, the Olivia Jacobetti composition, because I like the idea of it being sort of like an aqueous, watery sort of lilac with this bready kind of note with it as well.
Yeah, it's very transparent, very hairy as well. It's very good. Very, very good.
Yeah.
Another good one from the designer scent is by Seima Yake. A Drop d'Essai was released last year, 2021. No, 2 years ago, 2021, I think.
Yeah.
That's very, very good. Very, very good.
I've been wanting to sample that one. I don't want to really, I'm trying not to blind buy too much. And I know that wouldn't be a really costly blind buy, but I'm still trying to be really disciplined about that. So I should try to grab a sample of it. I've heard mixed things about it, but I always trust, your judgment.
Yeah, it's a designer, so don't expect to be on the same level of Le Guillarette or En Passant. But to be a designer, I think it's one of the best designer releases in recent years, both on masculine and feminine side. I think it really checks all the marks for a fresh lilac fragrance. It's really beautiful.
Nice.
But Seima Yake doesn't disappoint. Usually, for what they are, a designer, they do very, very good things. I've never been disappointed by them.
Imitation. Hey, En Passant is gorgeous. I love how it has a weedy note. Yeah. And I think is kind of cool about that is I think that Olivia, and this is just my theory, I don't know this for certain, but as lilac starts to recede and starts to decay just ever so slightly, there is kind of this bready quality to it. So it does kind of capture the experience of lilac in flux from when it's like just opening and really fresh to ripe to decay. And that's just what it evokes for me when I smell it in its, like in its development. Frankincense is incredibly versatile. Take amouage. It's everywhere, both in the heavy beasts and in lighter, warmer weather ones. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And that's the thing too, like we often associate heavy amber scents and incenses with colder weather, but where where they've originated are in some places where there isn't very much cold weather.
Yeah, but of course they have originated not to be meant to be in a perfume, or at least perfume. The word comes from the Latin perfumum, which means perfumum, through the smoke.
Yeah.
So it is the original perfume, the smoke of incense, but it wasn't meant to be worn on skin. Of course, that's another use. But I think, it's very versatile. You won't believe how many fragrances with various incense or resins, because incense is not actually a material; is the smoke you obtain through burning resins. So you burn olibanum or frankincense, you have a smell. You burn nagchampa, you have another. You burn myrrh, you burn elemi. It's all different smells. But you have, for example, Floris Santal, which I'm using quite a bit lately. Has a noticeable frankincense note in the base, mixed with sandalwood. Though it's very fresh, aromatic, green, scent, very reminiscent in the opening of the old Gucci Envy. But it dries down to a noticeable, not overpowering, but clearly noticeable frankincense note.
So I haven't tried Floris Santal, but I recall they would compare Floris Santal and to a lesser extent Carven Porom with the Gucci. It was a Gucci Porom. Like the two of them were sort of similar.
Not Gucci Envy.
Oh, Gucci Envy, yeah. That's what I recall, which I never smelled. I honestly have never smelled.
No, I have them both, and yes, I can see. Though they don't smell exactly the same, but they both have a strong cardamom and a strong sandalwood note. So they have more than, they are both fresh. They have more than something in common. Yeah, definitely.
Marcus has asked if I have done a lot of blind buying in the past, and I most certainly have, and mostly in situations where it's just difficult to obtain a sample, or I've asked around for a sample, or sought one from here or there, and I couldn't find one, and I just say, F it, I'll just blind buy and just throw caution to the wind. I try to do it a lot less nowadays. I mean, especially since I've reached kind of like, I don't know, reached sort of a plateau. Like I don't really want to do a blind buy because it just seems kind of absurd now. And I don't really recommend it unless you've exhausted all of your options. Some vintages I've had to do that because I could not get a sample from anywhere.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and then Keith says, getting samples before blind buying saved me a ton of dough. Keith helped me save a ton of dough by sending me some samples of some things that I really loved, and I sought more of it. Other things that I thought, oh, this is nice, but don't really want more of it. Got a good amount of it. So Keith has been very generous in that respect, and so have you, Alex. You introduced me to a few things. Some things that are like, yeah, this is all right, and then things like the Anatole Breton, the
L'eau de Marsanne,
L'eau de Marsanne, which I thought was a genius.
Le Scandaleuse.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and now I'm getting ready for another shipment. You will have something that I brought up tonight, something different, a lot of things. I don't know if you would like everything, but at least there are many things, many samples I brought back from Essence. So it's also to give you an idea of what's the situation in the niche realm nowadays. Maybe you like something, maybe you won't like something else, but I mean, smell it, then we'll see.
And I just wanted to thank Alex for the coffees. Your sample pack will be coming very soon. Just reach out to me to make those arrangements. Really appreciate that. Hey, supply and demand. Thinking of grabbing that Lorenzo Villoresi Firenze Musk off of the JJ recommendation. My most recent video was a house profile of Lorenzo Villoresi, and I included that.
Saying that I already have something from Villoresi, but I'm really craving a bottle of Ambra. Because that's very different from what you might expect from an amber fragrance, because it's not an amber, it's an ambergris fragrance.
It is, yeah. It's really striking, and Lorenzo Villoresi is so good with using aromatics and herbs and spices, and that even comes into play with the in Ambra, and it pulls some of those qualities of the ambergris in it. And is there real ambergris? We don't know. It smells like it. Sure as hell smells like it. And I have ambergris tinctures. I have a piece of ambergris for reference. I've used some of it. I've actually have made my own tinctures with it, so I'm pretty familiar with what to expect in an ambergris. I also recently finished a book that I recommend to folks if they are interested in the history of ambergris. This happens to be a natural and unnatural history of ambergris, called Floating Gold. I guess I'll zoom in to show you folks here if you're interested in reading a new book. This one came out actually a bit of a while ago. It is by Christopher Kemp, Floating Gold. The bottle does look like an Aramis bottle, even though Aramis, from what I know, doesn't have ambergris, and if it does, then it would be appropriate. But this is a great book. Just finished reading it. Floating Gold, Christopher Kemp, released about 8 or 9 years ago. It's a great read. Great stories of his search for ambergris on the beaches of New Zealand, and meeting with sellers and traders of ambergris and going to museums and all sort of stuff. Great stuff. So I highly recommend it. And hi. Why is it slow? I wanted to get you back onto the screen.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, cool. Okay. I am a little bit behind in the chat. Whoa. The chat is blowing up. We have 51 people tuned in right now.
Oh, so, that's bad.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. Let's see here. Hey there, Marcel. Good to see you here. Christy says, I found a lilac cheapie that is lilac, incense, and almond. Surprisingly nice. Do share the name. That would pique my interest. And let's see here. I do see another person. Oh, Marcus. Hello. I don't know why this is running very slow. Thank you for the answer. I've done the same. It's like playing the Russian roulette. It is. It can be really risky doing a blind buy, especially if it's a blind buy for something, over $100. I mean, a couple of occasions I've actually blind bought things for $200. Thankfully, they turned out to be successes. But if not, you have to
at least
do a return. If it's eBay, you can return things if you don't have too much of a hassle. But return policies vary. And we have Pep, who came who has arrived to let you know, Alex, that you're
Hi,
a great
Pep.
man.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Pep. Yeah, Marcel, put it on your reading list for sure. It's a great book. There's a lot of great books to read. Another one that I've been going through with the recommendation of GMG is this Lizzie Ostrom, Perfume, A Century of Scents. And it goes through chronologically the bountiful Belle Epoque from 1900 to 1909, the teens, the roaring 20s, each decade. Fragrances that are featured include Mouchoir de Monsieur from Guerlain.
Ooh.
And let's see, Alpona, the elusive Alpona from Caron, which I have not had the distinct pleasure of experiencing. Bluegrass from Elizabeth Arden. I have a little vintage of that one too for reference. And it goes all the way through, to the 70s. We have Aramis in here, a great section on Aramis. That's actually a really good one. Diarella, Salvador Dali for women. Yopom makes an appearance. Culturally and socially significant doesn't always mean it's something that we all love, but it had its moment. CK1, and then it rounds things off oddly enough with an anti-perfume, so to speak, Demeter's Earth, I think, or Dirt, Demeter Dirt from 1996. So cool book. Thank you, GMG, for the recommendation. I kind of jump around. I haven't read it from front to back. I kind of open it up and I read a few of the passages. It's good stuff. Christy says lilac is a great childhood memory and is discussing that with Manginosis. Woo, I did not say hello to. Hi there, Manginosis. Good to see you. Now, I want to ask some folks, what were some of your favorite episodes, your favorite guests throughout the season? Let us know in the comments. Many of you have been here for many of the episodes, most. Maybe some of you have been here for every episode or watched every archived episode. Let us know who were your favorite guests. Who would you love to have come back? Let us know in the chat. And famous YouTuber just sprayed Africa Oliphant. First note listed.
That's great. That's great.
That's another one that I have not tried, and that is.
I will send you.
Oh, thank you.
I have my list. I will add.
Nice.
Africa Oliphant to the list.
Thank you, GMG. It is a great book. I recommend it to anyone. Great to add to the library, along with Barbara Herman's Sentence Subversion and The Great Italian. Oh, that was another. I picked up a lot of great books actually this year. This one too, Great Italian Perfumery. Well done. Oh man, I learned of so many great perfumes from this that I wasn't aware of before. What were some of the ones I picked up? The Missoni Donna. Let's see. Atelier from Sergio Soldano. Roma by Laura Biaggiati. It has Sergio Tacchini in here too. Tacchini. Oh, so when it's a CCH, it's a K sound.
Yeah.
It's a ch. So when it's CCI, is that when it's more of a ch? Or
when it's a single C or a double C, it's a C. Chi. But when it's a chi and the H is like K.
So Sergio Tacchini.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you for that. I have some trouble sometimes. Ocean Rain, Mario Valentino.
The last Rudnitska.
The last Edmund Rudnitska. Nino Cerruti, 1889. Uomo. Yeah, it's a great book. We have a super chat that had come in, and I'd like to bring that up here from my good friend Anuj. Great season finale. Congrats to me. Thank you very much, Anuj. Excellent lineup tonight, and shout out to brother Marcel, who's caring for his mother now and killing it back at school. We need more like him on this planet. He is another great individual in this community. And then we have some answers to Great guests of the past. Let me just catch up on that. We have a very active chat at the moment. We have 46 people tuned in. I thank each and every one of you. And Heinrich says, let me see, I've got a little delay. La Damielle was an exciting guest. Indeed, that was one of the more popular ones for the season, for sure. Darren Allen says the fragrance dude. So bring this up here. Agreed. Anuj was a great guest. We had Anuj back in autumn. And Fragrance Dude says, a perfume temple is always great.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring that up. Okay. Anyone else mention who you enjoyed during the season? Come on, let's hear, because this will help me decide if they come back for next season. Some people will and some people won't. And you're going to help make that decision as those who are tuned in at the season finale. So let us know. And we have Ryan, who's going to be coming in very shortly. And we have DDLD. Hello, my friend.
Hello.
Alex Pearl has asked me, have I read The Scented Ape? If I have a time to sit with it, it's a fascinating book. I have not. Thanks for the recommendation. I will be jotting that down. And that may very well be one of the next books that I dig into. So thank you very much for that recommendation. If you want to give us a little synopsis of it, that would be awesome too. Great stuff. All right. So far we have, we mentioned Christophe La Damielle. What about you, Alex? Who are some of your favorites this season?
Well, definitely Rachel.
Yes.
I always love when Rachel is on. Then Chris, of course. Chris is a friend. I would have loved to have also Lena Smith that day, but unfortunately...
We're working on it. We may have him. I think what I want to try to do in July, if we can, if it's possible, is do a summer session, a Effluvium summer session with Lanier, Chris, you, and me. We'll be together for that one. Working on it. We'll see. We'll see if we can make that happen. Pat Lester asks, have I read In Search of Perfumes by Dominique Roch? In Search of Perfumes? No. I love my books, though. I'm jotting that one down. Dominique Roch. Thank you. And if you don't mind, provide a little synopsis on that one, too. Let us know what it's about.
And then, of course, I liked Gabe when he was on.
Yes. Yes, he was a very popular stream as well. Yeah. Anuj says fave guests this season were Rachel and Alex, which is good for him because the two of you were sort of regular co-panelists. So
yeah,
and you definitely will be coming back regularly. And Supply and Demand agrees. Rachel is always a great guest.
And Ryan was for me almost a discovery with this season of Effluvium, and is really an interesting guy, very nice guy, and very knowledgeable as well.
Well, you'll be happy to know he's going to be joining us in just a minute or two. I did see him backstage. He dropped out for a moment, but as soon as he is ready, we're going to have him join us. Marcus Mandel, Emily Schreiber from Shelter and Perfume was a great guest. Roberto Dario. That was a great one last week with Roberto Dario and Diane St. Clair. Really informative, great discussion. I love hearing from the perfumers themselves, their point of view, hearing it from sort of like the other side of the table, as it were. Yeah. Oh, we have a super chat. Wonderful. We're going to bring that one in. And there's a request. Daniel Gallagher would be great to have on. And thank you for the recommendation. I will be jotting that down. Season 2, we may arrange that. We'll see what we can do. Thank you very much.
If you're searching for perfumers to bring on, I would love personally to see Perfumery, as I already told you, and a dream would be to have Corticchiato on.
Oh, wow. And he's one of my favorites as well. That would be something. I would love to pick his brain on his whole process and approach for sure.
Yeah.
And Manginosis says, have a great stream, everyone. Heading out. Good to see you, Manginosis. And Alex is giving us a bit of a synopsis on the Scented A. The book explores fragrance both from a biological and cultural perspective. Very cool stuff. We have Tony who's dropped in. And he says, good evening to everyone. And all guests were great. Thank you. That's the spirit, Duncan. If I can get the comment up. I don't know why the comments are lagging. I'm going to try to maybe shut down something here on my old rusty laptop here. Maybe things are kind of warming up too much. And we have Henna.
Oh, Henna was
weird. Yeah, we did have Henna as a guest, and she was awesome. I'd love to have her back. I'm trying to find her in the chat. Apparently, she is here as well. All right, let's bring in our next panelist for tonight. He is back. It's been a while, but we have him here. We have Ryan, the Perfume Bonfire. Hello.
Hello,
we
JJ.
missed you.
Hello, Alex.
Hi, Ryan.
And you did not disappoint. You have a wonderful cardigan on. Can you just show this cardigan off to us? Tell us about it.
Tell you about the cardigan.
Tell us about it. Where did you get it? What is the story behind this?
The story. There's no exciting.
I know there's a story behind every one of your garments.
There is not. This was just a Zara buy. So
who knew? Wow. I gotta hit up Zara more often. Somebody just recommended actually a Zara fragrance. It was like Leather Jardin, and it's supposed to be really good.
I think I saw it was there the other week, but they have so many fragrances, and the store, if you go toward the fragrance area, it just smells like a wall of like dad perfume. So like I've never been like inspired to do it because it's just like from like 20 feet around the perfume area. It's
right. It's just you don't want to penetrate that wall. You don't want to deal with the miasma that you have to go through just to look for Leather Jardin. But apparently Leather Jardin is supposed to be a great take on like a classic sort of leather, like an IBQ Ford kind of leather, which sounds kind of cool. That's cool that it happens to be showing up in a place like Zara, fast fashion places. Usually they do kind of their own take of something that's really trendy. And I don't know. I mean, maybe that is there's going to be a renaissance of that style. I don't know. Yeah, it was recommended to me. So yeah, I think I should hit up the Zara. Didn't you have something from Primark too recently?
Oh, yeah. Now that I've moved, I have Zara and Primark like very close.
Primark, yes.
I think Primark, I don't know, whatever it is. So apparently like cardigans and like knit shirts are the thing in this season. So I'm trying to buy as many as I possibly can because they'll probably be out next season. But I love knitwear.
The look this season is knits. It's all about the knit. And I have this, I have a patterned. These are little sailboats right here. It's really nice and jaunty and sporty and breezy. It's a TJ Maxx. I don't even remember the brand.
And that's perfect for a New England.
Yes, it's very, very much a New England kind of style. The sailboats, yeah, very stylized. And then the seams have these skulls. I think that might have something to do with the brand, but it's a bit macabre in the seams. It has these little like white and gray skulls. I'll zoom in to show the.
That's a little like business up front, party in the back.
Kinda, yeah. Hold on a second. I have to remove the comment here. And we love you, Fernando, but we have to check out the skulls. I want your skull. Hold up. See them? They're like white and gray skulls in this
fun.
It's kind of it's playful. And then these are the sailboats. It's like at first I thought it was just like this unusual geometric pattern, but they're all like sailboats going in all different directions. Yes, very nice. TJ Maxx special. I love my TJ Maxx. That's where I get a lot of my clothes. TJ Maxx, Marshalls, rack stores. I don't really get rack store perfumes, but I get plenty of rack store clothes.
There you go.
I'm not doing a rack store fragrance video anytime soon. Personally, I don't really find very many many good finds in New England at rack stores. I don't know. Have you?
Well, I mean, there was my really good Serge Lutton La Couche du Diable for like.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, but that was like up in New Hampshire. Like I couldn't find anything like that in Mass. I think if anything like that shows up, it gets snatched up in seconds.
Probably so. So I got that, and I got the Rose La Fille, the Rose one, the Serge Lutton Rose one. But that was
La Fille de Berlin.
Berlin, Fille de Berlin.
Yeah.
Alex caught that. I almost said TJ Maxx. It's kind of like a cross between Karl Marx and TJ Maxx. You know, take that as you will. Or Groucho Marx.
Alex, I was listening before I came on, and you were talking about like you wanted a summertime incense.
Yeah.
And I have a good suggestion if you haven't tried it. Filippo Sorcinelli Unda Maris, which is like Profumum Roma's Acqua di Sale, but with like a lot of incense. So it's like a liturgical aquatic in the most interesting way.
Whoa, that's kind of wild. I love those bottles that are like the organ stops.
Yeah. So it's inspired by like the two tonal registers of the organ, supposedly, like the high pitched and the low pitched. I've never smelled anything quite like it. It took me a bit to get used to it. Because you have that very like marine quality. It's like you're by the sea, and then there's a church, and it's just incense is just wafting out of the stone doors towards you. But it works. It took me a bit to reconcile myself to it, but it works.
I actually have the Filippo Sorcinelli Discovery Kit. So what's the name of that fragrance?
It's called Unda Maris.
Unda Maris, and it's not one of those I have, unfortunately. Well, but these are almost all incenses. Sorcinelli is specialized in incenses. I will check that out. How did that comment even come up? Like I didn't even choose it, but hey, while we're on it, wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be right here waiting for you. My God.
I think he was going on the Marx tip there. Yeah, that's another famous Marx. I don't know what's going on with my laptop. It's like choosing comments that I didn't even choose. Like they're just coming up on their own. Is that so, Jimbo? Mr. Smelly loves TK/TJ Maxx. You get the max for the minimum. That was the slogan back in the day. We have Chris Montgomery here. It's funny, when I'm trying to choose comments, they're not coming up, but they come up on their own. Recently found your YouTube channel and followed you on Instagram. Just getting started, but enjoy the content. That makes me very happy. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you to drop by and to subscribe. It means a lot to me here. Hope you enjoy. And okay, and Alex, come on here. Yeah, what is going on with the comments? Like I'm trying to choose a comment and it's taking so long. I was suggesting as a guest your friend Francesca. What do you think?
Well, Francesca is a great person. She is quite knowledgeable. She actually speaks English much better than I do, so she could be a great installment on the stream. The problem with Francesca is time. We have very difficult, a lot of difficulties in finding a time. We have managed to make a couple of streams now. We will start again, but this hour in this time in Italy, which is 1:40 a.m., is not suitable for her because she has a daily job, of course, and she's sleeping at this time. We usually stream much earlier, around noon your time usually. So I don't think she can be up for Effluvium, but
I would have to take a day off from work because I can't really do it that early. I mean, I've been known to take some time off to do earlier streams. Famous YouTuber Duncan just sprayed Pierre Cardin at Enigma. Do you guys know about that one? Enigma. Oh, I should get the bottle because the bottle is one of the most iconic bottles. It was an abject commercial failure, dead on arrival, but the bottle is sick. Hold on a second. I'm gonna show it to everyone.
Ryan, what have you sprayed tonight?
What have I sprayed tonight? I haven't sprayed anything on tonight. Today I was wearing L'Artisan Oud, which is not exactly a summertime fragrance, but
never mind. Summer doesn't exist. Seasons don't exist anymore.
But there you go.
It looks kind of like a trilobite, but it's actually supposed to be like a fencing mask of some type. I'm gonna zoom in here. So here it is. This was released in, I believe, 1992, 1993, if I'm not mistaken. Pierre Cardin, Enigme, the Eau de Toilette. And I'll open this up and I'll show you the bottle. That gives you kind of like a little foreshadowing. So the box has this cool orange interior. And then here is the bottle.
That's cool.
Pretty sick.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Talk about I Want Your Skull. This is very like
Pierre Cardin.
Gothic.
Pierre Cardin bottles, Pierre Cardin bottles have always been different. I remember also the 1972 Pour Monsieur, which is also an iconic bottle.
So how I described this one, and it's sad, it is truly sad, because at the time of this release, this particular style was more than on its way out. It was really passé. But this is sort of just a culmination of that style that kind of began with Drakkar Noir, and then we saw it with some other fragrances throughout the years. And this is like the most refined, beautiful version of that kind of, precursor to like an aquatic kind of fougere. Just unbelievable. It's so good. No hype on it at all. I mean, the bottle is just such a conversational piece, but the juice in it is just wonderful stuff as well. Enigme de Pierre Cardin. And yes, it really wasn't commercially successful. I don't know if the news is still around to confirm how long it was on the market. It could have been one of these. I think it might have been a one and done, but I've seen a different version of box, so that could be wrong. But lovely stuff. And it isn't as expensive as some of those that are, that have faded into obscurity and are being rediscovered. So cool. All right, back to the panel. Hi. That was my show and tell. It wasn't even one of the ones that I pulled aside, but I guess I could do some stuff. You can start doing that as well. Does anybody have this obscurity right here? Does anybody know this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
This one is
I have it. I've had it pretty much for all my life, I think.
Yeah. I don't know. This one slept on too, especially like old bottles of it. This is definitely one where I'm like, you got to get an older bottle of it. It was all about the oak moss. No, but this is more about the anise, because like the older one is like very anisic and really kind of floral. And my dad wore the shit out of this when I was a kid. So I have that association. I think this is one of the first ones that started my love affair with scent was Brut. Yeah. So I treated myself to this vintage eau de cologne. And I'm glad that I have it again in my life. Oh my God.
It's darn good, especially if you go vintage. The stuff is not what it was, but this is one where Shell of its former self does the rhetoric does apply. But the old stuff, my grandfather, the first fragrance I ever owned, because I was so fascinated with my grandfather. Whenever he would stay with us, he wore it every day, and I was so fascinated by it that one of the times that he stayed with us, he left me his bottle of Brut, and I was young at the time. I was fairly young, but I cherished that bottle of Brut. That was the first fragrance I ever owned. Have a lot of affection for it. In my mind, it's still probably just because out of my experience, like the platonic ideal of the fougere in some ways, just because it was the most ubiquitous fougere, at least if you were in America, really.
Right. It was like my introduction to that style of fragrance, like the fougere, because it's some of my earliest memories involved it. And it's funny that I'm embarking on this project where I'm revisiting some of the things that my dad and my mom wore. Like I recently got like a Dana canoe, which he wore, which some people are not crazy about because it doesn't fall into that usual kind of like, oh, that smell when men used to be men kind of thing. It was actually quite a gentle kind of fragrance. It was originally marketed to women, but it was wildly popular in the 60s through the 80s. And he used to wear that. And then my mother, I have been thinking about getting a little something by Prince Machiavelli called Aviance. And I don't know if anybody's in the stream who's watching is old enough to remember the video, the commercials. I'm going to have an Aviance night. She would wear Aviance. She was a big wearer of Charlie as well. And I've been thinking of getting an older bottle of Charlie. And I was curious if I smell these after not having smelled them for quite a long time, how it would conjure up some of these memories that have been sort of stored deep within, of my mom and my dad wearing these. So yeah, it's a cool little project, and it's not too expensive of a project either. A lot of these were like ubiquitous, as you said, like they were sold in drugstores. So it's fun. It's fun stuff.
That reminds me that I need to get.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. That reminds me that I need to get. I've been stalling on it, but a good 1980s bottle of Dior Poison, which was my mother's signature scent, and is still really an incredible scent. It was so popular that it almost gets underpraised at this point in time.
Yeah.
One of those scents that was everywhere, but is really, objectively speaking, a pretty incredible composition.
Yeah, I think we will see a resurgence of Dior Poison, because one of the trends I noticed at this year Essence is a new life to tuberose, which was almost forgotten in feminine perfumery, because it's something that immediately smell classic, smell old style. But many brands are bringing out tuberose fragrances done in a completely different way, very green, very natural, not as stuffy as they were. So being Poison, clearly a tuberose-centered fragrance, I think it will be, well, it's always been a good-selling fragrance for Dior, but I think they may bring some other flankers now.
I want to catch up on the chat. It's been 20 minutes since I really was taking a look at it here. But Tripler says Gabe was a great sport and had plenty to share. I think I did actually share that earlier. Marcel says that he loved Tammy Love's fragrances. I know the two of you are pals, so that is not surprising. And also the stream with Eugene and Anuj together. That was a while back. I think that was back in maybe October or November. And let's see. Just thumbing through here. Not everyone is share worthy, but no offense or anything, but there's some side conversations. Okay, let's see. All right. New comments. I'm trying to get to the new comments. Something's up. It's like my laptop is really lagging right now, and hopefully that isn't a bad sign. Okay. A freaking monolith is what Marcus refers to Enigma's bottle. I'd say that's pretty monolithic for sure. Scent of the Night from Jonathan is L'Odamble from Latissant. And he agrees that Enigme is a great selection as well. This is crazy. Like, it takes like literally like 5 seconds after I click like a comment for it to come up. And Mr. Clean, I don't know if that was clarified for you. You said you walked away for a couple of minutes. I was referring to Pierre Cardin Enigme. And Anuj did clarify. Oh my goodness. Hi. Enigma was a 1-1 flop, just as I expected. Thank you for clarifying that. And Rudy unfortunately picked up Enigma for $60, brand new, and the effing sprayer did not work. That sucks. Have you guys experienced that when you get like, I mean, I know, Ryan, you don't get too many like older bottles, but sometimes you get like older bottles and the sprayer mechanism is totally shot. Like you have to like troubleshoot to figure out how to fix it, if at all.
I've had one vintage bottle that I picked up where the sprayer was pretty much catastrophically damaged.
Yeah. There's like all these different tips for like vintages. If that happens, like it's a matter of, taking off the nozzle, soaking it in alcohol to see if some of the residue had, gunked up the nozzle itself, using a pin to remove some of the residue, like a I've done so many different things. But it really stinks when you get a vintage and the sprayer doesn't work. I've had to return a few because it's like I can't access the fragrance. There was one bottle where I was like so desperate. I was like, I want to freaking smell this, and I just turned it upside down and I was like smashing it on on a scent strip. Like I just wanted. I'm like, I'm not going to be able to enjoy this if I can't get the juice out of the bottle. Mr. Clean says, as a child of the 70s, I can tell you that 100% Brut was the smell of working class white men in the 1970s. It was all around me the entire decade. And Anuj says, Brut OG is one of those unique scents that, funny enough, smelled exactly how it is pronounced. It does evoke that for sure. Alex Pearl here heard that Canoe and I know this one too, this trivia. Canoe and Ambush by the House of Dana both had their marketing gender swapped after they flopped originally. Yeah, and they're very similar in scent too. It's kind of almost difficult to discern the differences between the two. Fernanda says, I'm actually doing the same, JJ. There's a space in my collection for my mom and dad fragrances. Still working on that so far. I have L'air du Temps, Anais, or Anais, Brut and English Leather. Funny that you mentioned Anais, because I have Anais right here. The lovely Ellena. Do you guys know this one from Cacharel?
Yeah.
Ooh, this is
that and Lulu were everywhere here in the 80s. I liked Lulu a lot better, but this was. I remember this Lulu and Chloe from the 80s.
This is like a super lily scent. This is like not Lily of the Valley necessarily, even though I think it's a note in this, but like lilies, like Casablanca lilies, like the big, like pollen-y kind of lilies. Very floral. I mean, I don't know if I could call this unisex, but I think it's just still weird anyways. But it's definitely, reflects the late 70s, and a lot of young girls were a big fan of this. But the reason why I had this set aside is because I wanted to start to do videos showcasing certain perfumers, and maybe even perfumers that are not necessarily given as much attention as they should. I mean, sure, we love the perfumers like Edmund Rudnitska and Bernard Shaw and more recent icons like Jean-Claude, Ellena. But there's some perfumers who had some great things in their oeuvre that aren't really discussed as much. And the one that I wanted to do for my first feature is Robert Guerlain, because Robert Guerlain, he did this. I have a few others here. He did for Grey. This is a long discontinued one. This is called Qui Pro Quo. And I actually did a review for Homme de Grey last week. And this is actually what I would call its progenitor. This is very much like a citrus or aromatic chypre kind of fragrance. Now, check the bottle out. I mean, part of it is about, looking at how cool these 70s bottles are. But so we have that signature kind of stripy pattern on the cap, which you also see in Cabochard. And this was released, I think, in 1974, 1975. And this was released with no specific marketing, I think, to men or women. It was just released as a fragrance. It was one of the very few back then in the 70s that were like that. I think Ho Hang by Balenciaga and Libra by YSL were the only other ones. And this was also interesting is that some of the bottles back then, they have this like rubbery coating. And at first I was like, what is this? It almost felt like it was sticky at first. And I realized it was actually this protective coating around the bottle. So that's one of the ones that he composed. And then he also did this one, Sikkim Eau de Parfum from Lancôme, which fans of like that, that cigarette ashtray leather, IBQ kind of leather would love, but it's a little bit more on the floral end. He composed that. And also this recent pickup, which is a 90s bottle of Empreinte from Cluej. This is beautiful. This is sort of unique for that category. I mean, of course, you do have that ashy leather kind of thing going on, but there's this fruity, peachy, floral kind of aspect of it that I haven't found in any others in this category. Cool bottle too. I love the aesthetic of Cluj. And does anybody know this one? Maybe somebody in the chat knows this one. Ryan's like, yeah.
I mean, I recognize
tuning out on that. This is called a genome. No, this is Parfum de Peau by Montana, and this is from the 80s. And this is super musky, super animalic, and super smoky. And this kicks the shit out of so many other things that people are like, oh, you got to try this from the 80s. Like, this is like some mastery in perfume. And I got this after having like the more recent version of it, which is like sort of like a more sheer aldehydic kind of chypre. It doesn't really have the heft or the body of this one, but yeah, that's a very cool one too. Enough of my show and tell. Show us something, Ryan. Show us the next thing that you wanted to share.
Okay, so let's see here. I've done videos on all this. I did videos recently on pretty much all the new acquisitions I've gotten, but I'll talk about it because I didn't like this much, and so this is a different audience than probably I have on my channel anyway. So Serge Lutens Écrins de Fumée. I found this very disappointing. It's not a bad fragrance. It's just not what you'd expect from Serge Lutens. It's kind of like, I guess it's a very standard sweet Tonka with a little bit extra like Serge Lutens booziness added to it, but it doesn't feel like what you'd expect from Christopher Sheldrake and Serge Lutens together coming back to do another tobacco. So that kind of bummed me out a little bit. I had high hopes for the return of Sheldrake to Lutens to do another tobacco. Being a tobacco enthusiast, that it breaks my heart a little bit that it's just kind of, I don't know. It's on the rails. It's like kind of like it's on the rails as an effort. It's not really that exciting.
Yeah, that's kind of sad. I kind of feel that way about a lot of the more recent Serge Lutens, though. Like they're like, oh, this is recognizably Serge Lutens, Christopher Sheldrake, but it's kind of like a lot of them seem like almost rehashings of past ideas, or less ambitious themes, like less ambitious versions of past themes. Does that make sense? Like it's like they're struggling to maintain relevance, but they also don't want to lose their identity. It's kind of weird.
It is kind of weird, and this release in particular, you know, tobacco is my obsession as a note. So I mean, this just smells. There's one relatively like obscure designer at this point that got like a weird hype at one point in time called Robert Graham Fortitude, which was a Otaka fragrance, and it's very similar to that. It's so close to that you're kind of like, well, this is just really playing in that wheelhouse, and it's I don't know, it's kind of strange because I posted on Instagram today that I was revisiting, because with this I got a bunch of Serge Lutens samples, and one of them I got to select them was Perfumery Turk.
Yep.
And I was revisiting that today, and I don't love Perfumery Turk. I think it's okay, but it's so much more interesting than Écrins de Fumée, and it's kind
True.
of it's I don't know. It's a shame because like that house is so great. It's kind of it's strange to see it flounder so much, and I wonder. I don't know. It's kind of curious also too. Like Serge Lutens, to its credit, hasn't discontinued a lot of fragrances like many houses, right? But you wonder how well something like Perfumery Turk even sells at this point in time. Like if that had been a L'Artisan fragrance, I'm sure L'Artisan would have pulled it from there by now.
Yeah. Well, it's funny how Serge Lutens does it. They just put it in one of those ghastly gratte-ciels and then jack up the price by 3 times, which really is not going to motivate people who are loyal fans of the fragrance. I didn't really understand that whole move. We have a super chat from Tripler. Learned a lot this season from you, JJ, and your guests. Thank you. And thank you very much, Tripler, for your continued support throughout the whole season. At this time, we are, speaking of support, what we're going to do next is we're going to give a shout out to everyone who has bought a coffee or more, or has done a super chat during the entire season. So just sit back. This is we're going to just list all the names of all of the donors and contributors. So we will be back while we view that, and you may very well see your name if you were a supporter. So check this out, and then we're going to have Clean joining us. Mr. Clean will be joining us in just a bit. So we'll be back in a moment. I'm supposed to remove everyone. Sorry about that. I wish I had somebody else to do this. I can't. It's hard for me to be a producer in this. Hold on. All right, let's welcome this gentleman to the stream, and then let's kick him out. Let's take him in, and then let's kick him out. All right. Hey, those are all of our donors. That was supposed to run a little bit more smoothly, but apparently with StreamYard, it doesn't run as smoothly as one would like. But yes, thank you to each and every one of you for being contributors during this season. It does not go unnoticed. And we will be announcing at the end of the stream what is the perk of having donated coffees or live chats this season. You'll find out. And that'll be at the end. We're going to be signing off at about 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'll make that announcement.
One of you will win $1 million.
Yes, of my own money. Anais was a big hit in North America when launched. Lulu was barely limited release in U.S. markets and never officially released in the Canadian market, and I'm sure no one cares. I do, and I thank you for that tidbit. And Christy says, my sister was Anais and I wore Lulu. I win. Very nice. Clean, how are you?
I'm all right. Hey, Tripler, thanks. Yeah. I'm enjoying my summer setup. I streamed out here a couple nights ago. When the weather is nice, it's not too cool. It's not too hot. I want to sit outside, man. I want to be outside as much as I can now. So,
yeah, if I had like a proper outdoors setting, I would do the same. But I leave that to my time with Bill. He has a really nice porch at his place. So, Ryan, do you have a nice outdoor space?
I do. Have you
ever thought of broadcasting from the outdoor space?
I have, but I would get a lot of noise pollution in a way that I probably wouldn't go in for a very long stream, but maybe a short one.
I live on a fairly busy street, but I'm in my backyard. I'll hear cars and motorcycles, but I don't think you guys will hear them here typically. Mostly you'll hear my birds. You hear the birds right now?
I hear a little bit of birdiness there.
So,
Alex, do you have a nice outdoor space where you live?
Yeah, I have a garden, but it's not very convenient for me to stream from the garden because in this neighborhood I'm surrounded by all detached houses like mine, and we all have dogs, so it would be a barking concert, not a stream. It's not a good idea. And then I have all my setup, my computer, webcam, lights, everything here. So I just turn everything on and I'm ready.
Triple Hair has a question for you, Clean. Is that cedar siding?
I have no idea. I honestly don't know.
Does it have a pleasant smell to it? Have you ever put your nose to your side?
I mean, I've been close to that. I've had to deal with it a fair amount. I hung a little mirror over there. Who puts a mirror outside on their border wall with their neighbors? I do. I don't know, it's weird. It just seemed I had a couple years ago. I was looking for one kind of mirror, and I was shopping for people who are getting rid of things on a couple different sites, and I kept finding really cheap or decent mirrors that weren't what I was looking for, and I just kept collecting them. Suddenly I had several mirrors that I was like, I'm just going to put a mirror outside by the garden, hang it on the damn wall, cedar or not. I don't know if that's cedar. That one's old. It hasn't been stained for a while. I moved in here, bought the house and moved in here 12 years ago. That it technically belongs to the neighbor. And then my wall on the other side should belong to me, but there was no wall there because it was a double property. Although I only owned this half of the property, somebody who owned it before had both sides and then split it. And so then whoever bought the other side, they put up the wall. So I didn't put up either of the walls. I don't know what they are. I'm just surrounded by them.
Now, it looks like you potentially have a green thumb, from what I can tell. Tell us a little bit about your shrubberies in the back. You have some plants growing all about.
Yeah, it's developed over time. I didn't know if I had a green thumb or not. I started doing some gardening stuff, just literally like, I think I started in the pandemic, maybe right before, maybe the year before, and then through the pandemic, I put more time and into it. But out here, like I have a concrete backyard, and I don't want to keep moving the camera, but I've got a box I built that's below, that's just out of range, that has a shit ton of soil in it that I've planted a number of things in over the last few years. And then, but the planters are, because I have this concrete yard, so I need to do something to make it feel a little, more comfy and have some green back here. And I mean, I winged it. I didn't know what I was doing. I would just take various trips to Home Depot, to Menards, to various garden centers over time. I was doing some other work here. I just I'd pick up. So I was like, I don't know, let's try this and plant that. Over time, like the stuff that's growing here, I didn't plant any of this year. This is all 2 years old. These are all perennials that came back over the Chicago winter. So.
And we do have a pressing question here from Aram. Is that shirt 100% cotton? Tell us about it.
I don't know.
What is this thing with me? Who am I, Barbara Walters? Like, tell us about it.
It might be. I don't know.
We'll find out.
I can't see it. I can't twist my neck like that.
Well, you could take it off. You could take the shirt off and find. Look at it.
No. Now you're gonna sound like.
Oh no! Don't even mention it. This is sacred territory. Sacred territory here. I think that's what the
joke. People keep trying to get me to take my shirt off for some reason.
100% Sea Island cotton. That is Ryan's educated guess.
Polyester blend.
Ooh, rayon.
It's not rayon. No.
No, I know.
I have no problem with rayon, but this is not. It feels natural.
Yeah.
It feels actually a little closer to linen. I don't think it's totally linen, but it might have linen.
And Tripler says,
might be a blend.
Are there some Crocs down yonder? What is your footwear? What? Inquiring minds want to know. There you go. There you go.
I'm black and white tonight. White shirt, white sneakers, and black shorts.
Oh, Aram, stop it.
See, it's been a running joke. So I'm sorry, Ryan, and anybody who's here that isn't normally in other streams. There are people that, for some reason, keep asking me to take my shirt off. I'm not gonna do it.
Hey, Kay. All right. Now it's your turn.
So
it's your turn, Mr. Clean. Please continue. I don't want to sidetrack you here.
I was actually going to go grab some. I'm just going to grab some frags that are in front of me.
Please do. This is your spotlight.
I have a bombshell that's directly related to you, JJ.
Is it?
You, Ryan.
Oh.
Let me just start with my scent of the day. This is not the bombshell.
God. Okay.
My scent of the day. This is one of my favorite frags of all time. I do typically wear it a lot in the summer. I haven't worn it a lot recently. Yesterday, Rudy, Time to Musk Up, did a video on it. I was like, yeah, guess what? Guess what I'm wearing tonight? It is Terre de Mas Eau Très Fresh. This is a tester bottle, so it might look, you might not recognize it, but it is Eau Très Fresh. And this is actually, it is my favorite from the Terre de Mas line. As much as I love the OG, I have an extra passion for Eau Très Fresh. That is my scent of the day. I'm covered in it.
Lovely.
Along with a little tester. I'm wearing a tester over here. That is actually quite nice, and it surprised me. I almost never. I'm shitty about Instagram. I'm on Instagram so that I can communicate with people, but I really don't do much. I actually don't look at most people's posts. today I looked at a couple things, and I actually saw a post from Clandestine Laboratory, and sent me a bunch of his samples. So, and there's a few I've tried, and there's still a few I haven't. The one he posted about today was ashes. I was like, oh, do I have that? So I went and got it. Yes.
Oh.
So I'm doing a little tester of that here. I've been wearing for a few hours now. This is a good one, and it's surprising because when I first sprayed it on, you guys at the beginning of the stream, you were talking about geosmin, and earthy geosmin and petrichor. Some version, I don't know if it's geosmin, petrichor, one of terrasol, some version of the earthy soil is in this, and it's what I smell at first blast. I smell it. I'm like, the moment I smell, I'm like, that's going to be too much. I'm going to smell like I'm potted in a plant. But actually, it dissipated really quickly, and everything else came through. This does wear more feminine. I mean, obviously, wear what you want. Anybody wear what you want. For me, I would prefer to smell this on a woman. It is more floral. It's gardenia. The gardenia comes out, and it's a very lovely gardenia in the end. But the earthy, whichever earth note he's using, it's bizarre because it's the first thing you smell, and then give it some time, and then everything else comes through, and it actually becomes a lovely floral. So I would recommend this for any number of people. It is probably not one I would wear, but it is one I do like.
Ryan, you're a big fan of ashes out of
ashes is not actually my personal favorite.
Oops. I thought you were.
But I was just look. I found that sort of like it was something I found more interesting to smell than I would enjoy personally wearing. It wasn't like anything where I had like a conceptual disagreement with the fragrance. It was just more not one of the ones from Mark's lineup that I was like coveting a bottle of myself. But I do think he does very nice with gardenia, so that's why I like his Madrid a lot, which has some gardenia and cedar and rosemary in there, which I think is very nice.
It really does dry down very floral to me, and I would tell anybody who might be looking at this stuff and wonder like, oh, it might sound too earthy. If you do like a floral fragrance, give this one a shot, because the earthiness comes down and all the florals come out the longer it's on.
And I would say in general about Mark's fragrances, he sent me some stuff that he's been working on recently to try it, and I found the opening of one of them just like so bizarre that it took me a long time to reconcile to it. But Mark's fragrances have this effect where their openings can be like very punchy, very statement making in an interesting way, but they actually dry down to something much more approachable and common, not common, but like something you would feel comfortable wearing around other people. So that's something that's definitely true of his fragrances, that you kind of need to sample them and wear them a little bit because they wear differently than their first impressions will always suggest.
Triplish says, I enjoy when I buy something and the seller dumps a bunch of crappy samples in the box that I need to pass on. What do we call these items? And no, people, when I send out sample packs, they're not the poopy ones that I don't want.
It's all the what's that one fragrance that is always included whenever you order something from FragranceNet?
Pacheros, usually.
Exceptional. Because you are.
You did a video with that one.
I did, yeah.
On, right?
It was a first impression on one of the streams, yeah.
I have so many of those. I keep meaning I want to just take them all, pour them all into one larger thing, and then just alter it, throw in some other raw materials, and just see if I can make something a little more wearable out of it.
And you'll really actually make it exceptional.
Yes, right.
I get so whenever it's like a fragrance marketed to females, it's exceptional for her, and then marketed to males, exceptional for him. And I have like 20 of them still, and I've gotten rid of so many of them, and I still have like a ton of them. And yeah,
I'm surprised you keep them because I
think it's funny.
I throw them out with the cardboard box with the fragrance that comes in.
Just the whole thing.
I have piles of them. I want to do something with all of them at some point.
Because I seriously do have a poopy box. I call it the poopy box. I throw like the red tobaccos I don't want, and like, you know, some bullshit that I'll just like, oh god, another sample of this that nobody obviously wants. I'll throw it in the box. And then there's like a ton of exceptionals in there.
I think
Versace Eros.
yes, I think I have.
You just got.
I think
I have a lot of YSL Y in there, not the original 60s, the other Y. I have a ton of those in the box.
I think I have a 50 ml of Versace Eros and Bleu de Chanel in the samples box in the other room. I don't even know who to give them to, because of course all my friends are my age and nobody would wear Versace Eros, of course.
Dave B says, my mate turned up to the pub once wearing a leather jacket, jeans, and a pair of red Crocs. It was very distressing. It was a rough pub. There could have been a riot. Oh my god, I love how you said it was distressing. Like, that would give me the worst frisson. Like, oh, I would be convulsing and just like complete, like, just disgust.
It is the Crocs. Look, Crocs have their place.
They do in the garden.
Literally, if you're doing if you're working
on the
in the
beach
yard with a hose, if you're on a dock, if you're doing shit on a boat, I think that's what they were made for. And you know what? That's a really good place for them. Don't wear them in public, though, please.
Yeah. They're not meant. They're not statement shoes. They're not even sensible shoes. They're very much a utility, and that's where it ends.
So, do you guys want me to drop my bombshell on you two right now?
Yes,
do it. Drop the bombshell. We'll zoom in. We'll give you the spotlight.
I bought a frag because both of you spoke so highly of it. I can't stand it.
Okay.
So I get it. But see, here's what. I did all the research. I read reviews. I looked at all the stuff. I was like, no, I think I'm going to love this. And you guys both spoke so highly of it. I had to order it right away because everything pointed to me that I would love this. I don't love it at all. Ladies and gentlemen, do you guys have any idea what it's going to be?
Oh god, is it something with geranium in it?
If there's geranium, it's not prominent. I don't know if it's a geranium.
Okay, well, let's see if we can guess it. Ryan, want to try to guess?
I have a 30 mil. It's between these hands. It's a 30 mil.
It's a 30 mil, and it's something that Ryan and I both really love.
You and I hype up Veloce a lot, but it doesn't look like a Veloce bottle. So
I see. No, don't show. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, you. Wait, did you blind buy that?
I blind bought it.
Dude, that is not good for a blind buy. That is really that's like that talk about statement. That's a statement. I love it. But yeah, if I knew you were thinking about it and I didn't, I would have been like, nah, I think you should sample it first.
Yeah, I would.
Do you have a bottle? Or did you just have samples or decant?
I have a bottle of it. I liked it enough to get a full bottle. Yeah.
Okay. I think the first time I heard you talk about it, it might have been from a decant. But Ryan had a bottle, I know. So
damn, you blind bought a Joram Studio? That's bold. But you got to be careful with this stuff.
I did all the research. I read all the stuff. I read reviews. I listened to you guys. I was like, I think I can do this. This sounds great. I got it. The moment I sprayed on, I was like, fuck no. No.
I wish I could have warned you. I have a feeling I would have had a feeling that you probably may not like it and you'd have to sample it first. I know what you like, what you tend to like.
Now we know.
You live and learn. Hey, you can see if somebody else wants the bottle
if
instead.
somebody wants to do a swap with me, who wants this? Tell me what you want to give me. Okay.
I have one you might like, especially Ryan and also JJ. This is Tigre du Bengal by Marlboro. This is This is a Norwegian brand that has been bought some years ago by Masche Milano. And to me, they have 6 regular fragrances, and now they have released 3 more at Essence. They are all made by Delphine Thierry, who we were talking about earlier. And this, to me, is the best. Tigre du Bengal is very aromatic, spicy fragrance. It opens with a lot of juniper and cardamom. Then it's very resinous. Then in the middle, it's myrrh, it's labdanum, and the dry down is a fantastic unsweetened tobacco. Tobacco, leather, castoreum, a lot of castoreum, but it's leathery, not animalic. It's a touch animalic, but not that much. And patchouli to give a touch of a woodiness, because it has no listed wood notes. I will include a sample of this, 2 samples. If you can send one to Ryan as well.
Oh,
yeah.
I would love to try it. I'm Googling it right now, and one of the Fragrantica reviews describes it as taboo for men, which sounds lovely to me. That's not
right.
Oh, this is an exception. If you have tried Masche Milano Monte Cristo,
yes.
Imagine Monte Cristo without the boozy note, and they have been made by the same perfumer, so they're quite similar. But this is not boozy at all.
I would love to try it. I love Monte Cristo.
I will send a couple. I will send shortly something to JJ, because I already have.
Oh God, that disaster! Not the fragrance I'm looking forward to, but to give you a little background on this one, Alex is amused by it too. So I bought from an Italian seller because they were selling a particular fragrance for a lot cheaper than the bottles were going here in the U.S. I was like, oh wow, that's cool. It's like $30 shipping, and then after the fact, they say that they couldn't send it to me for a litany of reasons, including not using DHL, or I don't know why. So they were like, well, you can send it to somebody else in Italy, a friend, and then they can send it for you. And sure enough, like it's like crazy expensive to like send it here. And now I'm not saving the money, so I just could have bought one that was in the States. Oh well, I just have to send some money to Alex to send that over, because what is it, like $60 US to send it via DHL? Oh God. Hey, anyhow, that was my story. The end. We have to bring in Margie because it's about 8:30. Go ahead though.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I've talked about this one a lot over the last few weeks. So if you've seen me on other streams, you're like, oh yeah, you're talking about that one again. But I've not talked about it with Ryan. I won't talk about it a lot. I just want to know if you're aware of it, because I think you would enjoy it. The Zoo Everlasting. I freaking love this so much. And Ryan, I do think this is one you'd really like.
So that's good to know. I have not sampled anything from the Zoo. And that has been a gap in my sampling. I'm looking it up right now. Oh, the notes look like my kind of thing for sure.
I'm going to tell you right now exactly what I get from it. It is like, it smells like pure, natural, easy labdanum. Very not a smoky kind of labdanum.
You and your labdanum. What?
Very smooth labdanum. with oak moss and narcissus, and the narcissus is a green wet narcissus that pairs with the oak moss to make a nice green earthiness next to very beautiful labdanum. Smells. Good.
I think I'm just going to let you keep on doing the labdanum. That's your trademark now. I got this from Rachel.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be doing my first impressions on Thursday. I'm doing my last first impressions periodical stream, I don't know, for another few months. And this is lined up. So I'm going to be trying it out live in front of a virtual audience, just like Super Jacob says. Go ahead, Rad.
Well, that's exciting because now I'm really curious to see what you make of it. But I love a good labdanum balm. So if that's what this is, the odds are I'll
oh yeah, it is. I have some raw material labdanum. I have some pure labdanum here, and smelling that it just literally it just smells like almost pure labdanum with some of that green mossy, and the narcissus in there. Yeah, it's gorgeous. It's so good.
I know who else loves the labdanum, and she's waiting very patiently. Let's bring her in, Margie Noire.
Hi.
Yay.
Hi.
Hello.
You love the labdanum, labdanummy.
I love
Labdanummy, make my bed.
I was laughing backstage with the labdanum. Yes, it's your trademark now, Mr. Clean. But no, I have tried the Zoo Everlasting. And you know what? I've tried straight up labdanums before. I tried that Etat Libre Orange, Market Assad. That's more of like a straight up labdanum.
I have that.
That's
labdanum. Very labdanum, but it's on the smoky earth, like a more intense side of that.
It's straight up labdanum.
Is smooth.
I feel, you know how I would describe this Zoo one, Everlasting? I think it's like a beautiful, like well composed, like Oriental. It comes together on me like right, because it's got all those nice heavy bass notes, and it wears beautifully. Hi, Darren.
We love Darren. He says he's tried several of Christophe's fragrances, and they're beautiful. I have Everlasting, and the other one that I'm going to be sampling over here in the counter is Smile and Shine. Ooh, Smile.
That's what it's called?
And then it says on the side, 69. What does the 69 mean? What? Oh, they're like numbers on the side. On this sample, there's a 21.
Yeah. Where is it? Yeah,
it's really good. I do agree. The way it wears is great.
I like to Smile and Shine in a 69, that's for sure. Well, so there's going to be Smile and Shine and Everlasting. I'm going to be sampling those. And I'm going to be sampling a whole house, this newer indie house called Scent Spells. So I'm going to be doing those. I'm going to be doing these two from the Zoo, and then just an assortment of others on Thursday. Alex Pearl says, Clean has got me fanning myself over Everlasting.
Yes.
We were talking about the other night. Alex Pearl was hanging out with us a couple nights ago on a stream. He's an awesome guy. Super fun.
Alex Pearl's going to be a guest next season.
Yeah.
I'm making sure he's a guest.
He's so much. I love Alex. I love his whole vibe. And we live not too far away from each other.
Oh, the two of you should totally collab.
I know. I'm going to see. Hi, Marcus. I'm going to see if he can come over because I've got some perfume I want him to smell. Alex, he's not far at all from me, in fact. So that'll be fun.
Margie, share a selection with us. It's your turn to share a selection or two or more.
Okay. Do we have a theme, or are we just
no theme? Just anything. This is just so freeform. Anything that if it could be a new acquisition or just something you've been wearing, go for it.
So I already have stuff. So this is such a disorganized hobby. No, I'm kidding. So I went over to my perfume shelves. Now I have them all up on shelves. But I was like, here's the thing. I was listening to you guys earlier. I could tell it's Tuesday after a long holiday week, and everybody's kind of like a little tired, right? So I pulled some stuff out like that's kind of invigorating and that would make me feel good and, like just like happy perfumes, right? So, okay, so what I ended up spraying, let me just tell you what this is like, and you can relate, I'm sure. I pulled out just to make a decision on what I was going to wear right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different perfumes. And I've got them here to talk about, but I'll start talking about this one because this is what I started out with. I wore this as my scent of the day. So it's Stranger's Plunge. Yeah, it's totally weird. It's totally weird and I love it. It's kind of like, it's Prin Lamros. It's called Plunge. I don't know. I think the name has to do with something with like a pool or, you know, something like that. But I would say it's like a fruity chypre, but it has a little bit of weirdness. Like it's almost like, it has like a little bit of plasticky or something going on. There's a little bit of weirdness going on with this, but it makes it interesting and fun and lighthearted. And I do want to try more of Prin Lamros. I've heard some positive reviews and not so positive reviews, but what do you guys, have you tried any Prin Lamros stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a tough one for me.
That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard.
I've done, in my tobacco journeys, I did cigar rum and cigar rum intense, which I didn't really connect with either of those particularly strongly. I think I've tried a coffee one. There's a coffee one that he's done, right? Like
he's done a lot of different stuff.
Of course, that makes me super, you know.
I don't want
coffee. Oh my god, I love coffee. I can't do coffee fragrances though.
No, I can't either.
Here's what, if I'm out in the afternoon, if I'm shopping, if I'm doing something and I stop for a Starbucks, I get some coffee. If I get a little splash, if it's on my face or like if I spill any, I hate that smell of the coffee lingering. Like I need to get the coffee off my beard.
Once I'm not in the mood for coffee, I don't want to really smell it. So why would I but the thing is like, I've said this before, I like it as a supporting note if it does something interesting with a bunch of other notes. But if it's like a really coffee forward note, it just, to me, is just too literal. And I don't want to smell like it. It's the same thing with, smoky scents that evoke too much of a campfire. Like, I don't want to literally smell like a campfire.
I do.
I know you do. But the
campfire smell too.
But the closest to that I think is brilliant, though, is the recommendation you made to me, Ryan, of the Holy Mountain, because it isn't like, toasting marshmallows around a campfire. It's like a bonfire, like perfume bonfire. It's like a bonfire with like, shrubs and herbs and all kinds of like oils that are released from the trees and everything. Amazing
what house
stuff.
is that? What house is that?
Apothecary Tape. I'm gonna just spell
that.
It's
easy for you to say.
Yeah. I'll get the bottle. Well,
I'm glad JJ responded to it. I honestly would put this on my list of like the best things I've ever smelled. So it is probably the reference, like outdoorsy fire.
Ooh, I'd like to smell that.
It uses like tea leaves that have been smoked over like pine smoke, like, so it's got this wonderful like smoky pine effect.
Wow.
It tastes smoky. No, it's good stuff. Let me get myself off of here. Jesus Christ. It's really good. That was one of the best recommendations that anybody has given me, and because like I've wanted to find something that was smoky, but just not that kind of like it's. I don't know how to explain it. It's good. It's just a good smoky. It's like it's better than Bois d'Assaise. Is that the one from Naomi Goodsir? Yeah. It's better than that. What's that house with the gold flecks in the bottle?
Atelier des Ors. Atelier des Ors.
Oh my God. That one smells like fucking kielbasa. I can't deal with that. It smells like fucking
pork product.
It smells like fucking cured meat, smoked meat. It was dreadful.
Like liquid smoke. Have you guys smelled liquid smoke?
Oh,
Yeah.
No, another great.
Lord. Brought to you by Kingsford. I can't
What is the name of that again?
do that.
Holy
Yeah.
what? By
The Holy Mountain.
This is the Holy by Apotheker Tepe. I can put it,
Holy Mountain fragrance. It'll be the one that comes.
and it's named after the Jodorowsky movie, I presume. Holy Mountain. Oh, by the way, people who are tuned in, there's like 52 of you, and ain't nobody doing the thumbs up in the chat. You got to do some thumbs up, people. Thumbs up helps.
Yes.
Send some coffees. I'm telling you, I know that you like to do super chats, but they take too much money out. Buy me a coffee instead. You can buy me a coffee, and then you can say you bought me a coffee, and then I'll read your message if you really want the message read. So buy me a coffee. I'll send that in I'll put that banner up here. And then also I will put in the name of this fragrance.
Buy JJ a coffee, but do not make him smell like coffee.
Exactly.
Yes. I like smelling like coffee.
I know you do. And there was that Hilda Soliani fragrance.
Yeah, and you just said it made me
Bell'Antonio.
sad because it smelled of coffee and cigarettes.
What did I say?
I read your review and you're like, it just makes you feel sad because it takes you to a sad time in your life where you smoke cigarettes a lot or whatever it was.
Wait, I thought that was the Acro one. I think it was Acro Awake. Did I write about Hilda Soliani? Oh, maybe I did.
You
Oh
did.
yeah, about my mother like depressed and smoking chain smoking cigarettes around the table, drinking one cup of coffee after another. Yeah, I don't know, but
wearing it, but yeah, I get it. It's a very literal cigarettes and coffee fragrance.
it's well done. It's well done, but it's not for me. I think I did say it in the review, like, yeah, this is really well done. But for me, what it evokes for me personally, it's just not something I would want to wear. But for coffee fragrances that I smelled, that was probably one of the best ones.
Yeah.
You know, to be fair, you know, even though a coffee forward fragrance is something I didn't like, it was really well done.
Yeah.
Ryan, you like Hide by Hiram Green, right? Well,
it's a little pork producty, but it's interesting.
Yeah, this is Trudon Revolution. It's something in the same vein of Atelier des Ors Boisicard or Hide, but it's softer, more wearable.
Alex, I gave you a shout out earlier for the coffees. You're going to have a sample pack on your way. You just reach out to me, and we'll make arrangements for that. He is asking as well about Noah by Cacharel. Are any of you familiar with Noah?
I remember it from way back. I haven't smelled it recently, but I think it's just like a very soft musk. It's supposed to be pretty, easy to wear soft musk. I haven't tried it though in years, but I'm open to stuff like that because they're like, what is that? When did Noah come out? Was that like a 90s kind of?
It was like the late 90s, I think, like
right?
maybe like 98, 99. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can pick that up at Fragrance Net if you like soft musks, maybe that would be, something interesting, but I got too much perfume. I don't have time for Noah.
You just gotta draw the line somewhere. I have like how many fragrances from Cacharel already? Like, I'm not a Cacharel completist, not every one of them is a knockout, but
I'm definitely not a completist. I'm like fly by the seat of my pants and whatever sounds good at the time. And I'm also a little what is Will Mullen? Prince Stranger's Perfumery brand likes to do a lot of neat concepts,
but seems to sacrifice refinement for the sake of affordability and accessibility.
Yeah. They're inexpensive. I think I got this for like $80. This little, 30 mil? I love this little perfume. I love the whole little presentation and the label. I just think it's cute. It's not just cute. It's actually interesting and fun, and it makes me happy. So that's worth it to me. And he has one, I think it's called something Hyde Park. You said that one, JJ? Like
Hyde Park.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a mimosa fragrance. I'm thinking about picking it up. Yeah. I don't know.
I'm just scared of some of his stuff because like 2 out of 3 times I've just been appalled.
So
I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. Like,
no, that's okay. Because
I mean, there have been some things where I'm like, oh, this is pretty good. This is pretty nice. But, like nothing that like, rocked my world. But there are so many things where it's just like, what the fuck is going on? This is like, this is so confusing.
I'm more in JJ's camp on it. So maybe a sample first.
Is it just like it's out there, or is it not well done?
Not well done. To me, it's not even so much like it's not even so much like the concept, because I love weird concepts, but weird concepts also involve like the execution in a way that like makes them just feel balanced and cohesive, and the wearability is just consistently good, where you're not like, well, that's kind of like a bad movement in this experience. And I feel like with the ones that I've tried, there will be like it's either like the opening is ghastly or the opening is nice and then it dries down kind of like gross. Like,
this is not like that at all. This is good.
So
maybe
what's
I just started off with a good one.
Maybe. Yeah.
Thomas at Ouch 110, he recommended it. But I get you, because like my first experience with Francesca Bianchi, and for me that was like the worst.
Oh, don't even get me started. Not my bag. Not my bag. Not my bag. That Sex and the Sea smells like.
That's what I have.
Like Sex and the Sea smells like, a sanitary receptacle. Like at times, like I really don't want to smell like that. So, I don't like smelling it when it's in a bathroom. Like,
exactly.
That's not the best of the brand. I mean, they have made something else that is better, like a Tuscan Water.
I haven't tried that one.
It's good. The Black Knight is very smooth.
I haven't tried that one. Oh, Hyde Park. Yes. I think I might get Hyde Park. What is it's called? Something Hyde Park, yeah. And it's like a mimosa frag, but you know what I noticed? I was shopping Darren Allen today.
Oh, nice.
I'm a little obsessed. And he has a new Jonquil. What is Jonquil?
The Jonquil. So a Jonquil is a flower. It's in the Narcissus family. So Jonquils grow in the springtime. They have a corona in the middle, which is a little trumpet-looking thing. And they're often yellow or white with a yellow in the middle or an orange in the middle. So yeah, Jonquil. There's also Narcissus is in the same. So Jonquil, Jonquils are a type of Narcissus, basically.
Yeah. It looks like a beautiful spring perfume, spring floral. I felt like it was like a yellow floral springtime, thing. But the great thing is I think he only sells the 10 mil on that one. So it's kind of like limited release, but I'm like, shoot. Oh my God, you guys, I know it's ridiculous. I talk about Darren Allen every time I stream, but can I just share one more thing? I'm sorry, JJ.
Sure. Give us 1 second, though. We currently have 55 people tuned in. Thanks, every one of you, for being tuned in at the moment. Please like the stream. We have a dearth of likes at the moment. We need more people to give a thumbs up to the stream. So everybody who's tuned in right now, it's really easy. It's the easiest thing you could possibly do. If you don't want to even buy a coffee, just do a thumbs up. Let's try to get the likes up to 60 tonight. That would be lovely. And thank you. You can go ahead, Margie. Do tell us more.
DLD is saying he's got a Darren Allen he wants. Sorry.
No. Real quickly, and I know that Ryan wants to go because I see him holding up a magic.
Yeah, it's on topic, so I want to throw it in with what we've been discussing. Okay, so speaking of weird concepts from houses that are hit and miss for us, I did stumble upon this and actually really liked it, and it doesn't sound like the kind of thing I would like. JJ, you're going to hear this and you're going to recoil in horror if you haven't already sampled it.
Let's hear it.
It's from Imaginary Authors. It's a fragrance that doesn't get a lot of talk from Imaginary Authors, so I'd never sampled it before, but I sampled it in store and really liked it because the associate.
Hi, John.
It's Whispered Myths, which is an aquatic oud.
Ew.
It's cologne and oud, cedarwood, honey, And it
I like
works
the honey.
Oh
really
yeah, the
well.
honey in there too.
But-
that is a surprising combination.
That sounds like ew.
It works really well. So what the cologne does is it's brought the cologne is used to support a fairly realistic cantaloupe note in the opening, and then it
That
dries
works.
down to a very dry herbal, kind of seaweedy like accented oud. And together it really works. The cologne doesn't stick around that long, so it's like you get a cantaloupe impression in the opening that's very realistic, and then it comes down to a very nice dry herbal, slightly marine flavored oud, and it shouldn't work at all, but it does, and I like it a lot.
Oh,
So
no.
Just wanted to interject with a couple of super chats here. We have one from Tripler. This is from the earlier Labdamum question. Yogi Darkness, anyone? Is anybody familiar with the Yogi Darkness?
I haven't tried
Can't
that
say
one.
that I do.
No.
Tripler, tell us about it if you're a fan. And then Mr. Paralyzed, not reading the entire username, says, great panel. Thank you very much. Oh, my.
Whoa.
Oh, my goodness. Who is that? But
I don't understand some of these.
thank you.
Screaming.
I did share that earlier as well, but I bring up the comment very briefly because I don't want it to sit up there for too long. And that's quite the imagery, Mr. Paralyzed.
No problem.
And there we go. I am getting that out of the way. Please proceed.
No, that sounds interesting. I haven't really tried too many imaginary authors.
Like I said, I don't really get along with imaginary authors very much, so I was surprised by how much I liked it to begin with. Imaginary authors and my vibes are not really the same.
Harem Green Vetiver.
I've been on a vetiver kick this year. Is that one I should probably look into?
Sounds.
I have no idea. I've tried a few here at Hiram Green, and I like them, but they haven't wowed me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting pickier these days, let me tell you.
It seems a little like, I don't know, because aren't they in like Saks or Bloomingdale's?
I think
Or
so.
they're in like one of the big, stores.
And I think they're predominantly natural, if not all natural, the Hiram Green.
Yeah.
Yes, they're it says they're all natural. I don't think they're completely natural.
Yeah.
But, an interesting one he has just re-released is Shangri-La, which is a very traditional chypre fragrance. Smells very traditional, very classic, very vintage smelling. Imagine something like Mitsuko, Femme, in that vein. It's really well made.
Nice.
And I have a chypre that I finally came around to. People were recommending it over and over again. And I just I passed on it several times, and then finally I smelled it at Ryan, the Pickwick's Mercantile.
Mm-hmm.
I finally smelled this, and it is Numero Uno from
It's
Cartusia.
good. It's good. I've tried it. Yes.
Love it. Living for it and loving it. And what I like about this one, it is definitely like a classical style fougere. Definitely unisex, no problems with that. Very woody. I love the violet in it. It's very aromatic and camphorous. There's like a eucalyptus in it. And it's just some beautiful stuff. Now it's becoming one of my favorite chypres. This gets a lot of hate too, because it's so, it does from certain, like that. It's kind of like, a little stale and old fashioned smelling and kind of out of step, but it smells like a classic chypre from like the mid-century, early to mid-century. What's that? Whoop? Who's getting messages? I hear a little whoop. Whoop.
It's not me.
I had a message.
But
okay.
I have Cartusia Uomo. I don't know that one, but I do have Cartusia Uomo, which I do like.
Yeah, this would be for somebody who would appreciate like something along the line of a Coty Chypre or Mitsuko, but it doesn't have the fruity peachiness. It's much more. I feel like the violet is there instead. It's just very beautifully blended, and this is a new bottle. It smells excellent.
Nice.
And oh, go ahead, Ryan. Sorry.
Yeah, and what I think is so smart about that, and I wonder if you pick up on it, JJ, is it substitutes, because it's a modern Chypre, like the oak moss is substituted for myrrh in a way very interesting. And you would think that's not necessarily a direct substitution, but somehow the fuzziness of the myrrh fits in the role of like the fuzziness of the oak moss as a nice like Chypre fixative in a way that works very well. It's very savvy in that substitution.
Nice.
Yeah, numero uno, Carthusia. Yeah, myrrh does make an excellent replacement because myrrh, much like oak moss, is a very high impact, tenacious fixative too. So it fixes a lot of the things in the base notes in a similar way, and it's a nice diversion too, because like with a Chypre in this style, it's usually predictable. Like, oh, here we go, here's that lovely oak moss. But then with this, it's here we go. We have these lovely resins and that myrrh, and it has that kind of similar bitterness, but it's a twist. It's great. Yeah, definitely pick that up for sure.
Yeah, Carthusia is a house. Rudy is saying it's a nice house, fairly priced. It is. It's a house that doesn't get talked a lot about. It's a house that doesn't have like amazing, like in-your-face standouts, but there are some solid, decent scents.
They're solid, yeah.
Carthusia, and Carthusia Uomo that I have. I describe, if anybody knows 8 and Bob, the standard, the one that the 8 and Bob everybody knows, that I don't like, this is the better version of it. Carthusia Uomo is what you want that 8 and Bob to be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Pretty solid house, I think. Yes, I do love myrrh. I think that's what I was going to say earlier, and I'll just briefly say, like, the cool thing about Darren Allen's website, and I'm not, like, I don't get free bottles. I'm just obsessed. But no, he sells these little tinctures, not tinctures, absolutes. So he makes his own absolutes. And he actually has a myrrh one that I was looking at today, and I might get it. But he sells them in, like, 2 mil, 5 mil. But I like him in that absolute form because, I did the whole thing where I got a bunch of like raw materials when I first started out in perfumery. I don't think I was ready for all those raw materials. You know what I mean? I'd smell them and I couldn't really reference anything. So they're actually, more meaningful to me now that I've smelled so many perfumes, the raw materials. But Darren's absolutes are insane. Like you got to and he sells them. The myrrh one, I think it was like 2 mil for like $6 something. Pure Skin Solutions, I think is his website. But he's got myrrh. He has like oak moss. His Hay Absolute is out of this world. Like it is literally the best thing I've ever smelled. So check him out if you can.
Yeah, I do have some of the Hay Absolute right here. And
oh my God.
I'm trying to zoom in here. Yeah, here is the Hay Absolute Artisanal Extraction, 10% in a carrier here. And maybe I'll save this for Thursday's first impressions. It'll be a first impression of a raw material.
Yes.
I will put it on a tester strip though, because I don't really want to put it raw on my skin. But looking forward to finally trying this. You did? Yes. Ooh,
I know.
You live on the edge.
My skin turned green, but it was okay and it smelled great.
I love the color of some of the raw materials. They're really dense. Yeah.
Green, but it was amazing. So yeah, there's just so much stuff to smell. This is never ending. That's what I love about this hobby.
What the hell? Like what? Hi. What?
Oh my God.
Mustache.
Hey, if you're gonna send me money, hey, I'm not gonna reject it. Yeah. Well, do you really want to know why I shaved my mustache off? Well, last year it was just too hot. I think I shaved off the mustache in the beginning of the summer, and I just never grew it back. But hey, I might grow it again when the cooler weather comes, because I did like a survey on Instagram, and I asked people, like, do you want me to bring the mustache back? And an overwhelming response was for me to grow the mustache back. So
Really?
yeah, isn't that funny?
Oh, see, I
Yeah.
like so much more. I mean, you look great both ways, but I did like you. I like you without the mustache, because I feel like I get to see more of your face.
That's true. It really does. I think that's the case for a lot of people who have a mustache, though it does obscure a lot of the face. This is the night of burner accounts. There's been a lot of them tonight, but mostly well behaved, even though their usernames are a bit blue and inappropriate for my PG setting.
Oh my God. A few nights ago when Margie and I were streaming, it's like
Oh, yeah.
everybody was a burner. Nobody was real.
It was out of control. I couldn't
It
handle
was
it.
ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Didn't you have well, yeah, I was tuned in, and you had a fake Bilbo Fraggins.
Yeah.
There's a
Showing-
fake Bilbo, a fake Fernando, a fake
Yeah.
Dwayne, like you name it.
So Ryan, let's just say that a certain prominent frenulum made an appearance, and it was
Twice.
yeah. There are people who want to shake things up a little bit. Thankfully, in my situation, I'm not sharing the link, and there's not going to be any.
Yeah. That was
Margie
my
will not be
challenge.
anymore either. We worked on that yesterday, and it will not happen.
Private. Make it private, like, because you have more control over it. That's the way to go.
And I gave some wrenches out. JJ.
Oh,
yeah,
good.
yeah.
You did it. Very
JJ,
good.
You have a wrench now.
Oh, great.
You have a wrench. You have a wrench. Jeff has a wrench. Dave B.
Was
Yeah.
a little see, not everybody liked the stash. Tripler thought it was a little porny. It was really kind of like a very 80s looking stash. It was very
I mean,
bushy,
But they're back.
Tom Selleck.
They're back in. The youths are all doing the mustache thing.
I've done
But
it.
I
used
ain't
to
no
have
youth.
the handle. I used to have the biker mustache. That is this. Alex, too. Alex, you change your facial hair a lot. I used to do it a lot. These days, I'm mostly just this, but I used to have all kinds of different facial hair. Alex is good with changing his around.
Oh,
Yeah, I shave usually during late spring, summer, because I live on a coastal town, so I'm every time I have some time off, I'm always on the beach, and it's easier without face hair, because maybe you want you go on the beach, you get tan, then you want to shave, and you have the sign, the white sign. Just shave before, and that's it.
Yeah.
Then they can always grow back if you want.
Oh, there's that. Yeah.
who is
Yeah.
that? Is this a night?
We don't know. First time we saw him was
So it is what a fuck ex Whitfix Fuchs.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, someone that has a lot of time, clearly.
What a fuck ex Whitfix Fuchs.
Whoever it is has not been horrible. I think they like to push some boundaries, but they've not been.
I like a little bit of boundary.
I don't think it's a total troll. I think they're just a boundary pusher sometimes.
I don't mind boundary pushing, but there is
Yeah.
a boundary though. Like once it's past the boundary, toodaloo.
Yep.
This is not the place for it. So whoever's here right now, you're fine.
There's
But-
Kay.
But you will know.
Speaking of
Oh.
pushing boundaries, there's Kay.
Hand pink waving.
Love you, Kay. I'm just teasing.
So why don't I choose another one here, because I have a bunch of stuff that's sitting around here. I got a vintage Caron.
Ooh.
A vintage Caron. Caron is a much beloved house. Caron, Veloce, Parfum de Toilette spray. This is a 70s bottle, I think, late 70s, early 80s. This is what folks would call a reference carnation of its time. It was one of the very first.
I do love some carnation.
Popular, well-known carnation fragrances. And this is the bottle for Veloce.
Love that bottle.
Isn't it neat? I gotta switch this light, the stupid light. I have such a janky setup here. So here is there's the Guerlain. I look at can we just meditate on this? You know how I do those little like look
if
at
you
that.
got that if you got that to fill the screen, it would be really cool.
Yeah, check that out.
It is actually really
So this is we're going to be doing one of those in just a second as an intermission, and figure why not. So yeah, Veloce is this is an oldie but goodie. It was released in 1927. Ernest Daltroff was the house perfumer at the time. This is a carnation, a rosy carnation, violet, some jasmine. But what's beautiful is this very spicy clovey carnation and this gorgeous sandalwood a musky sandalwood. And I don't fetishize Mysore sandalwood because all of this Mysore sandalwood that was used in perfumery has resulted in it being endangered. But be that as it may, whatever's grandfathered in because it's still sitting around has this gorgeous Mysore sandalwood, and it's just to die for. But the thing is this is a mid 20th century scent. We're talking the 1920s, so this is not going to smell very now. This is very much of its time.
Yeah.
So for those who can appreciate that, it's beautiful. But this is a very old-fashioned kind of carnation. But it's a gem. It's a beauty, and it's like a historically significant fragrance. And I managed to find this on eBay. Somebody was selling it for $65, and it's a Guerlain vintage from the 70s. Like, hello. Like I was looking at much more recent Veloce bottles, like from like the 90s and 2000s, that were going like for like $249. So this was like this was a steal. Beautiful.
Great. Ryan, do you dabble in vintage? I don't know that
I have on and off. My vintage phase kind of ended at a certain point, and I swapped out a lot of my vintage bottles. So there are still a few hanging out that I
Vintage is such a complicated thing. It's kind of a complicated thing.
I know, Ryan, you do appreciate vintage, but it is not your focus at this time, which is fine. That's absolutely fine. Like, I've been really outspoken about how I think vintage is actually gotten to be a little overrated. And I say that as somebody who loves vintages, but just the enthusiasm for vintages is a little reckless at times. Because it's it is a tough concentration for a perfume head because of so many things that I mentioned before. This could have very well have turned out to be totally turned, and I was lucky. I was like, okay, it's $60. It's probably a turned fragrance. I'm going to have to return it, but it smells gorgeous. But it's not easy, and it's super fucking expensive too. So people can sometimes make it seem really easy, like, oh yeah, like just buy a 40, 50-year-old bottle of fragrance, and it's guaranteed to be pristine, and that's far from the truth. So you have to be really savvy about it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Margie, the reason I moved away from vintage was not that I actually moved away from the fragrances that I owned that were vintage, but I ended up moving more towards more modern formulations of a lot of them. I had a lot of the vintage bottles that I had. I'm very big on very intact, very precisely articulated top notes. It's a very important part of a fragrance for me.
Yes.
And that is often the first part of a fragrance to get a little bit muddled, even if it doesn't go off. It's the first part of a vintage fragrance that kind of gets degraded a little bit. And I would rather have, contrary to many vintage lovers, perfectly articulated top notes rather than the perfectly articulated base that vintage lovers crave so deeply.
Yeah.
That perfect
Right.
sandalwood oak moss effect. I would rather have that crisp opening and deal with a slightly compromised dry down than the inverse. And in that respect, I'm probably unique, but that is the case for me.
No, I'm kind of the same way. Like I always look for the modern first. Well, I always want to know, like, hey, is the modern still good? And if it is, if I hear the modern's still pretty good, I will just go for the modern.
Yeah, and that's smart. And people are always surprised when I tell people just get the modern. Like they think that I'm like, my mantra is like vintage is always better, and it's not true at all. It's like you choose vintage for different reasons. You choose vintage if you know for a fact that something may have been adversely affected by formulations, but that's not always the case. And also, like, a lot of these things, like with vintages, it's just that they haven't been in production for a long time, so obviously you have no choice but to get a vintage. But
exactly, yeah.
And that's where vintage really comes into play. But
I will say, when you do get a good vintage, it's like hitting the jackpot.
Like this one. And this is not so heavy this is not so reliant on top notes either. It's very much all about the heart notes. The top notes still smell fine. I mean, you obviously know that it is like a 40-plus-year-old bottle, but they still smell good. And the top notes, they progress within, 10, 15 minutes. But me, Mitsuko, I don't like Mitsuko vintages because for me, Mitsuko is all about that sparkle of the bergamot. And every time I've smelled older bottles of Mitsuko, that's something about that glorious opening that's missing.
Yeah.
Clean, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, I happen to bring out a modern and vintage pair. I recently got the vintage of, and when I say vintage, it's not old school. It's just original formula. I don't even know the dates. I really don't pay attention. But I was enjoying the modern cheapie so much. And people said, oh, you got to try the modern. So here's my recent love of a modern cheapie, Baldessarini. I'm really enjoying this. And people were like, oh, you got to get the first one from when it was still Hugo Boss. So I have that, and it's rubbed out, but it does say Hugo Boss. It didn't come with a cap over the lid or whatever.
Do you find them that different?
But no, I don't find them that different. I actually find it's weird. You would think the older one, the OG, the top notes are supposed to go away, right?
All right.
This is more top notes. This is way more citrusy to me, the OG. I mean, they smell 90, 95% the same. But to me, the OG that I have here is much more citrusy, and the modern one is darker, a little more patchouli, a little dark. And I actually prefer the modern one. And I like citrus fresh. I do. People who know me, I do like fresh. I like clean. I do like citruses. So I really do like the OG one here. Mm-hmm. But I prefer the modern one. It's darker. It's a little more. You have to spray a lot. These are subtle. These are both subtle. You have to spray a shit ton of it. But this smells like a freaking boss. This smells like an important boss man.
And it's funny that you say that. So I've owned both the current and the vintage of those, and I had very similar feelings on that. And it's also the case that's a good reference fragrance for this point, like, because people get very nostalgic. You see this on the forums, like not the diehard vintage heads who are collecting the Mitsukos, but there's like a certain school of vintage people who are like, you have to get the bottle from like the early 2000s. And the thing about fragrances that were released in the early 2000s, even like the darker masculine stuff of the time, it wasn't beast mode stuff. I don't know what was going on in the 2000s, but like if you go back to vintage, like original release 2001 to 2005 fragrances, they're not, even if you go back in vintage, they're not like loud fragrances. So you get all these like reviews of people today. It's like, it's been watered down. And it was like, no, it was just never.
It was
Yeah.
always watered down.
It always was a light or delicate or gentle scent. Yeah. I'm getting very distracted right now, as you can tell, because I'm paying attention to the chat.
Did you also get the I don't know if you read this one yet, but did you get the there's a Dwayne super chat as well?
Oh, yeah. But for those of you who can see Boz, can you let me know, can somebody brief me as to what's going on? Because I don't want any we have a lot of people who are tuned in who are enjoying the stream, and I don't want any kind of derailing. So if anybody can take a look at what he's doing there, because it seems like a little bit of funny business. Styx says Boz is waging war on vintage fragrances. I wouldn't know. I don't see what he's saying. I have given him an allowance to be here instead of that.
I do see a comment that says from Boz, "Oh, please, someone turn off clean." Now, he might just be harassing me for fun, but I don't know. I don't know why he needs to turn me off.
So for those of you who do have moderation capabilities, if you could just take a look at that, because he is, oddly enough, I can't see his comments even on my own streams. And I have allowed him to visit in spite of that. Dwayne says, congrats on a successful season, JJ. We all learned a little more about fragrance and made friends along the way. I look forward to what's to come. Thank you very much, Dwayne. I really do appreciate it.
Good to see you, Dwayne. And so everybody knows, you can tell by the way he writes, this is the real Dwayne. We've been seeing a fake Dwayne over the last week to 2 weeks in various streams that says shadier things. So
I just want to say that. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say,
Dwayne versus real Dwayne.
There are burners of good people that are saying shitty things, and people don't know, and they think they're the actual person. So there is a fake
I want to hear what
Dwayne.
GMG says. Yeah.
GMG says, I love crisp top notes too, but from a functional standpoint, the dry down is 9 out of 10 of a fragrance. It depends. I mean, it depends on the fragrance, especially if it is a fragrance that is so citrus forward. I mean, obviously, you're going to be lacking in the experience if you have an off vintage. I wanted to show the pamphlet that was in the Guerlain. Let me turn this comment off. What is going on here? Get out of here. Look, classic fragrances from Guerlain Perfume. See the lovely lady? She's frolicking in the wildflowers. I love these pamphlets, like from the 70s.
I know. I keep them all.
And then the iconic logos right here with like the rays coming out. Which reminds me, we need like a really brief intermission.
That looks like a tattoo.
It could be made into. If you're like
have on their back.
If you're like such a diehard Guerlain fan, that would be like a perfect tattoo. Totally.
Someone in this world has that probably. Anyway, sorry, JJ, we're all over the place. Intermission.
No. Yeah, there's going to be a brief intermission here, and then hopefully soon we have the seventh panelist for the evening.
Does that create a full pyramid at this point when you have
it would. Once he comes in, we'll have Dave Kelly's groom room coming in pretty soon. He's running just a bit delayed here.
We like Dave.
But we'll probably run a little bit longer than 10 p.m. to allow him to stick around with us. So just give us a moment. We'll be right back. Going to do just a quick intermission. This, folks, for the 50 people who are tuned in, is an opportunity to buy me a coffee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and more.
To go pee. Everybody go pee now.
You can go pee as well.
Okay.
And if you do buy 5 coffees, you do get a sample pack. There's already Alex Pearl's already one of the recipients for tonight. So just remember that. Buy me a coffee, and if you absolutely must, you can super chat as well, but I hate how they take all the money away from me. All right. We'll be back in a moment. Sorry, it's taking 100 years. God damn it, StreamYard. Can't anything be seamless on this stream? Sorry about that. I hope everybody enjoyed their brief intermission here. And while we were in intermission, let me see how many coffees came through. Let's see. Big old goose egg. Please buy me a coffee. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. 5 will get you a sample pack. Or you can send a super chat or a super sticker if you want. Those are fine too, if those are easier for you. Anything helps. Thank you so much.
Hey, this is not easy to do. I mean, what you've done. How many videos have you done?
I have done. Okay, this is the 38th week that I've done Effluvium.
Oh my God, that's a long time.
38 weeks in a row. I have made a decision though to truncate the season next year to about 25 to 30.
Okay.
Because this is a labor of love. It's a lot of work.
It really is a lot of
We
work.
had some awesome guests too. What were some of your favorites, Margie?
Oh my God, I love Christoph Lodemel. I always say his name wrong, but yes, I love Christoph. Who else do I like? Who's the guy that wrote about the Creed? I'm like drawing a blank.
Gabe Oppenheim.
Gabe Oppenheim was great. He was great. I loved the perfumer you had on the other night, and I'm so sorry. I've had a long work day, but what was her name? The gal you had on about 2 nights ago.
Pia Long.
Pia Long. Yes.
Yes, Pia Long was amazing. I would love if you could bring her back. She was really good.
Oh, I do plan to have her back, and also Nick Gilbert, her partner, and a lot of her projects.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I've looked forward to it every Tuesday.
Thank you.
When you're on, I'm like, okay, JJ's on tonight. It's not even a question, I'm watching. So, yes.
I already have a bunch of people in mind for the next season, so I'm already planning on it. And then we have the summer sessions. I'll be doing them monthly. We have Persoleils on June 27th. And I'm working on maybe having Linear with Alex, Chris Sentland.
Oh my God, I love Chris at Sentland.
And yeah. So we'll try that for July, and then August we'll see who we have for that month. We have some super chats that have come in here. We have another one from Styx. Boz wants clean to be turned off. This is war. Oh my goodness! My goodness!
I mean,
my goodness!
I'm
And
sure
then
Boz was not entirely serious.
then,
but
oh my goodness!
we
The
have
nonsense.
a little. Boz and I have a little bit of. There's a little tension with us sometimes. It's okay, man. It's okay.
JJ's. Oh no! No! Are you serious?
Oh my
Okay, people are willing to send me money to do such mischievous things.
Can you send a little more for that one? No, I'm kidding.
Wow, that's some effort.
Out of this world.
I'm not behind this, obviously.
Wow.
I wish that person the best, but wow, I almost thought it was like Annie Lennox or something at first. I was like, yeah, that would be a cool girlfriend.
Took me a minute to recognize.
Splendid discussion.
That is a pretty
Wow.
good look, though. I don't know.
Yeah, looks a little like Annie Lennox.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Holy crap. I'm just letting it sit there for a while because I'm just trying to process it all. It's
Right.
just
Got a
well,
blue
thank you.
hair.
Thank
Blue
you
hair.
for the two. Why the blue hair?
Blue
I
hair,
guess-
red lip, smoky eye.
Smoky eye. Wow. All right, we're gonna move on from that one. This is just beyond now. But hey, if they're willing to give me money for this tomfoolery, I'm cool with it. Thank you for the £2. All right, we're gonna show the next one here, which is a super sticker from our friend Marcus Mandel. Thank you very much for the €3 super sticker. Very sweet of you. Thank you so much. All right, so we're caught up with the super chats. Something that, okay, I'm going to give a little pro tip to Dan, aka Mr. Smelly. Do you know that you can set it up for them to be starred, so that way they'll just like you can go visit them, and then you don't
Oh,
have to like interrupt. You can go to them, and like just what I did right now. Like I have it set up for auto star super chats, so that way like they'll gather up, and then I can just read a bunch of them all together.
okay.
You don't have to go hunting for them.
No, I auto star them, and then they all kind of come together, and then I'll read them off.
I haven't seen Dan tonight.
He was on earlier when I had Rachel. Oh,
Oh,
we have our next guest waiting in the wings.
Margie, I want you to say who it is because Margie.
What
Sorry.
the hell? Why can't I add him? Sorry.
Margie has a running gag with.
I have a running gag with him.
Oh, there we go.
He knows. It's Dave. We like Dave.
We do.
We like Dave. Is her running gag.
I always found humor in that. I always liked that for some strange reason. I don't know why.
That was me saying you're okay.
I know, yeah. Now I'm okay. Before we liked me, now I'm just okay. I don't blame you. I get it. I understand. JJ, why don't you read that super chat?
Oh, if I can actually get it to come up, because my laptop is not happy with 6 people on my stream apparently. It's like running slow as hell because it's like a 2017 MacBook. I have to get a new laptop with all the super chats. It's a drive. It's a fundraiser to get a new laptop. Get me a new laptop. Help me get a new laptop. JJ, you'll obviously let anyone on your panel. Oh, stop it! You're royalty here. Your timing was here.
Perfect.
Dave's hair trumps everything. I mean, look at that head of hair.
Well, let's zoom on in so that we can get a good look, because now everybody's the size of an ant, pretty much. All right.
And this hair has been going strong, people, since I don't know, 7:45 this morning. So there's that. Yeah.
What do you use? Tell us about your regimen. What type of product do you use?
Well, we have a little bit of 25 spray by the Salon Guy. That is my pre-styler of choice. It's basically like a soothing hair serum. So that's what we start. That's pre-blow dryer. And then today's post-styler was Dead Sea Clay by Samson's Hair Care out of Michigan.
Oh.
Pre hair.
Yes, that's the thing.
Look, I haven't not had hair on my head for 20 years now. So
Yeah.
And I used to use gels and all the stuffs when I did have the hair.
Yeah.
But now you're saying words that I don't even know.
You did.
Listen.
This is a thing. Pre-styler versus yeah.
Listen, if I could, well, I'm going to steal a quote from Mr. Eddie Vedder.
What the hell?
Ryan
That's like Ryan came up like an hour after I wanted him to show up. Hold on.
Ryan's hair is gorgeous too. Look at that.
I know.
What
Very
the F?
It looks very
Ryan,
soft.
can we
Like I
see you
could just
do a
run my
Callie's
fingers.
Yeah, I want to.
Someone could run their fingers right through your hair.
I would
That
love
sounds
to
like a
touch your
song.
hair.
I want to run my fingers through your hair. Why can't
Ryan.
I get Ryan off the spotlight? Jesus.
My stream now, JJ.
It's
My
just-
stream.
You're
We're talking
usurping
about what I
the
wanna talk about
stream.
tonight.
Ryan,
You know
just
what's
promise
funny?
me. Oh, go ahead, ladies
No,
first.
you go.
Oh, good.
I've
I
been
wasn't
talking-
going to say anything, but I really wanted to go next. Ryan, so next time we meet in person, I could touch your hair. That'll be like a thing. You'll let me do?
If we ever meet in person, you can touch my hair. Yeah.
All right. Likewise, you can touch mine too. Just not the front, like the back, the back part of my head or something.
Kelly, Dave, Dave, I want to know why you're like, look how crisp and clear the rest of us are. Why are you always in this
I don't know.
hazy?
I think because this laptop is from 1893, I think that's why.
We need a fundraiser for both of us on laptop.
Yeah, we need I need my own I need to start doing live streams so I can get super chats.
Yes.
And JJ, if you're getting a
Ooh.
new device, I mean, you might need a new laptop because sometimes you just need a new laptop. But
Oh, I totally do.
highly recommend the most up-to-date, current, top-of-the-line iPad. It is
Yes.
so easy. It is. That's what I'm on. I'm on a.
That's what I'm
my
using too.
iPad's on a
iPad.
Yeah.
tripod. Margie's on an iPad. I have a laptop. My laptop is over here, and I'm
Use my
using that
laptop
to
for
look at the
work.
chat. But the iPad is so easy for this kind of stuff.
What is the
Plus it's-
Victoria's Secret? Do you plan to have a natural or even natural leaning perfumer as a guest next season? Thank you. As a matter of fact, I do have a couple of people in mind who are much more natural leaning.
Oh, I gotta hear that.
Yeah. So stay tuned. We're gonna have a few more independent perfumers, and some are going to be coming back for discussions. So
I would
yes.
love that variety. That's amazing.
So, Dave, tell us, what do you have to share with us? We're going to have you do your show and tell of fragrances that are new to your collection, or you've just been wearing lately and loving. You're loving them.
Oh my gosh, man.
Show us.
I've been kind of revisiting things that I haven't worn in a while, and I've been wearing some new stuff too, a bunch. I have to tell you, man, this Dorian's Fougere by Darren Allen, I talked about it here before. I've talked about it a bunch. I love this stuff. It is so damn good. If you like a traditional, classic men's Fougere fragrance, this is the one. What I especially love about this one is they're, unlike most typical Fougeres that are heavy on the oak moss and the more green facets. This one has a lot more depth to it than that. There definitely are those earthy kind of components, but I feel like when you compare this to other Fougeres, especially the more popular ones on the market, you're going to find that this has more of a floral presence, which makes it very interesting and unique in that regard. But there's so much, like, it's the nuances. You're experiencing so many different facets and so many different things going on at the same time that it's kind of mind-blowing. But this barbershop accord thing that's happening in here is just beautiful. And I'm honestly surprised that more people aren't really talking about this. But yeah,
well, I'm about to, Dave.
Yes.
So
please.
good. It's about time. Another one that I want to highlight is the most complex fig fragrance. The most complex fig fragrance that I've ever tried. Period. Because typically, fig forwarded fragrances, typically, not always, but typically have kind of that fruity fig presence. You have some green facets. Sometimes you have vanilla, right, to give it kind of that creamy, like fig milk like smell, I guess we'll go with. Well, Forbidden Fig by For the Scent of It is perfect.
I heard you talking about that one.
This stuff is, not only does it smell freaking fantastic, but Michael was able to capture everything about the fig. So the tree, the fig leaves, the fig fruit itself, it's pulpy. You could smell it's not really a rind, but we'll call it a rind. But yeah, you get the whole aspect of the fruit, but there's kind of this green grassy presence. There's also, I get a hint of vetiver, maybe could be cedarwood. I told Michael not to tell me what I was guessing, but I definitely get like some other wood in there other than the fig tree. But it's up to my interpretation, I guess. But yeah, fantastic stuff. Completely unisex too.
Nice.
I actually wore this to my cousin's wedding this past Saturday.
Yeah, it's funny because Clean and I have been looking for more indie brands to try, like really good indie brands. So, and I know for the scent of it, I mean, he's like a one-man show as well, right?
Absolutely. And he kills it.
I need to try his stuff. That's one that's on my list. I know we were doing that today. We're like, what indie brand should we try?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Rachel.
And we've tried a few, and we've got more samples to go through of some we have, but like we're really sort of on a mission to like
Honestly,
all the designers, all the niche. We've like we really want to spend a little more time with some independent and artisanal perfumers, you know. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I think indie is a great way to explore, and you know, there are enough indie brands out there to try that do their own thing and do it very, very well. I think a common misconception with indie is that they're challenging, and I don't see that at all. JJ?
Yeah. Yes, I just wanted to respond to Rachel. She said that she can ask the all-natural perfumer Whitney Swales of Witten West. Yes, that would be very cool. I'm looking forward to trying her work as well.
Can I just say something about Rachel? Oh my God, she's
go ahead.
I just want to say she's like the best. I don't know if she's a co-host, but she's on your channel often, JJ, and she is amazing. And I love the questions she asks. Right? She just comes up with these really brilliant questions and, you know, just really gets the conversation going. I mean, you're a great host too, but I just love what Rachel.
You're a great host too,
Yeah,
Rachel.
Rachel.
I didn't mean it like that, JJ. You know how I feel about you. But seriously, Rachel is great and her questions are great. And she's just an amazing co-host when you have her on.
Oh, I really rely on her to give the really hard hitting questions.
Seriously,
I like
really
what I do. What I do is I kind of warm things up for them and make them comfortable and ask the easy ones. And then I'd love how she comes in and she asks some really, you know,
she's always thinking ahead.
I've encouraged that from her. I'm like, I like, oh, what do you have for questions tonight? And
hey,
like,
let me
those
ask.
are really good. Those are good.
Rachel is back in the chat now. We know
she is.
Is she able to come back on? And can we?
I'm not sure. I know that she had just
Rachel back on screen.
That would be cool. We'll see if she is available. Just trying to catch up with the chat here. And Fragrance Enthusiast says, "Hey Marge, thanks for being in charge and letting me know about the GGI."
I'm glad he got that message. He was asking them. Gucci Guilty.
Marge in charge.
Yeah.
And what is Victoria's secret? Are these comments even coming up? Okay, DAP compositions are exquisite. He can take heavier, difficult perfume molecules and seam them weightlessly, beautifully, like thousands of gems on silk. I am doing a review of Dorian's Fougere and sharing that on Instagram on Friday.
Good.
Dorian's Fougere, I like quite a bit.
As you should, but continue.
That's all I was gonna say. I do like it quite a bit.
And
I'm a sucker for Sheeper #1. Just blows away. Like every time I put it on, I'm like, "Are you kidding me? This is Perfume." Like it's so good. Anyway,
I find Dorian's Fougere to be very much a companion piece to Sheeper #1.
Really? Okay.
Okay,
you know what's funny? What's funny is I go back and forth. Like some days I'm like, I think Dorian's Fougere is my favorite from Darren Allen. And then I'll go smell Sheeper #1 and I'm like, ooh, I don't know.
Oh my God.
So it's like a toss up between the two, but I agree 1000%. They're definitely related for sure.
Yeah, Margie, I would say Dorian's Fougere is a Fougere with the soul of a Sheeper. It's not your typical. It's not your typical barbershop Fougere.
Well, it's funny because I have a little sample of it, and here's the thing. Like to me, I guess I'm already thinking it's kind of masculine leaning, like in my head, and I did pick up a lot of the like hay note, which is amazing because he has got that hay absolute in there, I think. But I need to spend more time with it. But oh my gosh, like everything I've tried, everything he touches seems to be just gorgeous.
You know,
Freaking gorgeous.
people, serious frag people overlook, they overlook basic cologne type citruses.
Dude.
Because the more you're in this, the more you want something challenging and stuff. But I have to say, Darren Allen's Colonia is exactly
So
what I would
good.
expect, and more. It is everything you want in a Colonia style. It's
Yeah, his Aqua de Colonia is, I don't know if you guys have tried it. It's so good.
I have the 10 mil of that. I do have a 10 mil of that, but
It reminds me of what I wanted. What's another Colonia line that we're on? Aqua
Aqua de Parma.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it reminds me of like everything Aqua de Parma should be. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I may have not.
And it is.
No,
I mean, I love
you're right.
Aqua de Parma.
You're exactly right. You're exactly. So I wasn't reacting as wrong. You're right.
Oh,
Exactly.
okay.
I think Darren Allen's Colonia is exactly what Aqua de Parma was 15 years ago.
There you go. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I have to try it. It's funny because that you guys are bringing all this stuff up, because one thing that I did want to say is that I've been reaching for stuff recently that's a little bit, well, with the exception of Dorian's Fougere, that is a bit on the light and airy side. I don't know. I've just been really, really enjoying that that style recently.
Oh yeah. There's beauty.
What struck me as interesting that you said, Margie, is that you thought that Dorian's Fougere was.
Sorry, my laptop is like so lagging. Like when I want to highlight somebody, they're already done talking.
What's interesting was that you said you thought Dorian's Fougere, you associated it as masculine, and the first thing I thought when I smelled it was that it felt very much like a classic vintage feminine fragrance.
Interesting. Yeah.
It feels appropriate because if you know Dorian Gray, he's not exactly the most gender stereotyped, like manly man.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay, I need to wear it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Margie, reframe it now. Forget what it's called. Forget the name.
I think
Forget
that's
who
what
made
threw
it.
me off. No, you're right.
Yeah.
All right, I got a super chat here I need to read. Love my pre-style.
My God.
What the?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
Hey,
the burners are on
that's
fire.
That's your background.
It is. Yeah, I noticed that too.
Oh,
I noticed that in the chat. Hey, if people, I mean, I have nothing bad to say. If you want to create burner accounts and call me Johnny Bravo, I mean, that's okay.
As long as it helps me buy a new laptop.
Yeah,
just keep sending a couple pounds. Just lampoon all of us. Just send the 2 pounds will add up. Just keep doing it. I'd love it.
maybe
Darren here says, thank you, Tripler. That means, it's a side conversation. Oh, wait, Tripler
That's okay.
said, okay, I'll read it like sort of like a play, like a story. Tripler said, I have pure mastic from Greece, and it's the first frag I've tried that captures it. And then Darren says, thank you, Tripler. That means so much. I wanted to highlight the mastic. I love mastic.
There we go.
It's great resin.
Mastic resin.
Skipped over Darren's earlier comment where he said Dorian's Fougere was a love letter to Chypre #1.
No, actually, I did try to
did?
bring it up, but much like everything else now, it's all wonky. Like I'll bring up I'll bring up comments, but they won't show, and then comments will show up that I didn't choose.
Well,
it's like
it was good confirmation. I smelled them and I was just like, this is in the same ballpark.
We currently have 46 people tuned in. It is now 9:44 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to take a look at the likes and see how many likes we currently have. Also, I got a lovely message from Boz that I'd like to share with all of you later backstage.
I'm sure it's not
mm-hmm.
fun one.
I'm sure
it's delightful.
Am I going to cry?
You'll find out. Sure enough. You'll probably go through a whole suite of emotions. Yeah, it'll be like a roller coaster. Okay, so we have 57 people liking, and we could use some more. Let's try to hit 65 likes for the grand finale. Let's try to hit 65 likes.
And you don't have to pay for that, by the way. I mean, you could
No.
if you want to, but
Likes
it
are
is
free.
free by
It's
technicality.
bare minimum, and if you can do the bare minimum, that's something, and it still helps my channel out. So go
Well,
for it.
listen.
Let's see if we can get to 65.
Do it.
If
Thumbs up.
you can see on the left side there of JJ, I think it's the left side. He does have lights, so every $2.99, super chat does go to keep the lights on. I
Goes
think
to
that's
the
what
utilities.
Mr. Smelly would say. I think. I'm not sure. I'm trying to get that down.
Yeah, I can get like a really fancy mic. I can get a new laptop. I can get like really good lighting, because that's what live streaming is all about. It's about looking
course.
good and having cool tech.
And good
And you can
lighting.
help me out with that.
Do
Yeah,
you have
good
a ring
light.
light? Do you have a ring light, JJ?
No, I have.
No, don't
like
do a ring light.
I use a reading light. That's what's helping
Ring
me
lights
out
suck.
right
Oh
now.
man, ring lights is where it's at. You
Oh,
I
I
have, like-
can't do the ring light. They leave
it
those.
shaves like
Ooh.
10 years off of you.
Double chin.
Yeah, but they-
Let's put that away.
But they get
Trust me,
those
it's
Yeah.
good.
On the
dots
side.
in it. All right, fine. I'm done. I'm
But
getting-
we can all see Margie's ring light reflect.
Yeah, do you see my ring light?
Yeah, right now
I
it's
love
above.
I love that. It's like a halo.
Well, I had to wear these glasses because if I wear the other glasses that I have,
You
sometimes
get a
the ring light
See,
comes.
see, that's what I'm talking about.
So that's kind of a problem. But these were fine. These were
Cool.
You
fine.
have to do that again because it took like 2 minutes for me to put you on the spotlight. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Those
get
don't
nice.
work.
You get nice
Very
ring
nice.
lights in.
Love it.
Yeah. Are those
Ooh.
not anti-reflective, or is it just so intense that it's reflecting anyway?
Oh, these are anti-reflective, which is why they're showing up green. But that's it's just.
Look at Mr. Clean out there in the backyard.
He's just hanging out. He's got
Yeah,
the life, man.
I feel like
Had
you
the
should have a
sunlight
cocktail.
earlier, but I set up the ring light, turned it on when the sun was up, so that as it went down, it would seamlessly. I would still have light. So there we are.
You guys, we have an angel among us.
Look at Alex.
the
Okay,
perfume
let's
angel.
let's zoom in on
Oh.
him here.
Yes, I have the. This is
Oh.
the clamp for the phone.
Oh, there you go.
I wanted to thank Dwayne. He bought 5 coffees. He'll be getting a sample pack. So far, we have 2 sample pack giveaways, giveaway recipients, Alex Pearl and Dwayne.
Nice.
Thank you very much, guys. Anybody else? I'm going to do a third one tonight. If a third person wants a sample pack, buy 5 coffees. Each coffee is $5 each. That's $25 total. You'll get a sample pack. I have a lot of samples to get rid of, and they're not just the poopy ones. I'm not going to just give you red tobacco and exceptional for her. I'll give you good quality samples.
Good quality Versaceros.
On that, can I make a comment, please? A statement, actually.
Oh, please. The floor is yours.
Red tobacco is a piece of shit.
All right. It's time for an editorial from
I agree.
Dave. Okay.
No, that's all I had to say. I don't know. Hi,
Oh,
everybody.
please.
I'm done talking, but
Expound upon that,
what-
please.
what do you
I
want me
agree,
to say?
Dave.
It's harsh. It's overpowering. It's not good. I don't know. I mean, I have nothing good to say about it. And yeah, it's rough. It's not very pleasing, and I don't care for it. And I think you can get something much better, even though it's affordable. I still think that you could do better with $80 or $90 or $100 than that.
Oh, like
piece of
come on,
hot garbage.
You would be way better to be wearing T-Rex.
Yeah.
with
Oh yeah, definitely.
than you would
Oh, I
red
freaking
tobacco.
love T-Rex.
Like, just if you're thinking about these intense, dark, crazy.
but I mean,
red
does that even
Red
equate?
tobacco is shit.
I've never tried
T-Rex
red tobacco.
is would be way more wearable than that. And
Yeah,
isn't
T-Rex is
it,
good.
you know?
T-Rex is good, actually. T-Rex is actually good, and it's not that sweet.
I
So
freaking love T-Rex.
T-Rex is
I'm sorry, Clean. I can't get. It's like,
JJ, you got to leave it on the panel. You can't.
but I'm trying to, make it like a fancy production, trying to get everybody on, on us close up when they're
nice to
talking.
have the-
But
nice
it's
to have
so
the-
delayed. Like Alex stopped talking like 5 minutes ago, and we just
The
started
wheels are
like.
falling off this live stream, JJ. The wheels
God.
are falling off.
It's
No,
because I don't think that my janky old laptop is used to having 6 people on a panel. I think that's the problem.
That is
GM
probably part of it.
GMG has sent a super chat. I'm trying to keep track now. Too lazy to make a burner. Great season. Congrats. Thank you so much, GMG.
Rachel, yes.
You're a good, as they say here in New England, you're a
Oh.
good shit. You're a good
But,
shit.
yeah, I
GMG,
do have good news. I do have good news about red tobacco. So
It's discontinued.
Apparently, the word on the street is that it's been watered way down. So if somebody's wearing it, you're not going to smell it anymore.
Oh,
So that's,
wonderful.
That's very nice for those of us who, like me, just despise it. That's the fragrance I hate most. In the world.
It's actually one of the few fragrances that has like really triggered my asthma. Like not many fragrances really trigger it, but that one does.
It is.
Is it supposed to
It
be-
is
Go
so
ahead.
loaded with all the shit. It's the amberwoods, anything that is going to like annoy you if you're annoyed by that stuff is in it. I blind bought it. I had a full bottle of it.
Me too.
I was like, oh fuck
Oh.
me. I included it with something
Yuck.
else I didn't like. I don't remember, and I swapped it to somebody for something else. So
You know what, panel? I remember I first sprayed that fragrance on, and I said, "I'm not even kidding you." I blind bought it, same thing. Thank God it was only a 60 mil, and I sprayed it on the inside of my wrist, and I went, "What is this shit that everyone says is like, the best thing? This is awful." And I remember it was probably maybe like a year right before I actually gave it like a wearing, and I was like, "This isn't." Like once you have it on for a little while, I'm like, this isn't that bad. And I kept it away from like my neck to where it would just go into my nose every 2 seconds, And the next day I sprayed it on a card and I was like, maybe I'm coming around to it. I sprayed it on the inside of my wrist. I was like, no. Oh my God.
Just bad.
Why?
Right
Why am
on.
I doing this to myself? And you know what's funny? I actually don't mind the House of Mancera. I know, like, depending on.
I can't with that house.
I like.
So-
Hey, I like Cedric Pois.
I don't like the
you know,
bottles.
It's fine. I like it.
The
I'm
bottles.
talking about the fragrances. There are bottles out there shaped like
I hate their
penises, for Christ's sake.
Montel bottles.
Are you kidding me?
First.
Come
little
on.
tip-
I don't know. I don't mind the
we
Mancera bottles. The Montal ones, though, kind of.
One I hate. Yeah.
No, we're going too far now. If we're hating on bottles, I mean, for Christ's sake, it's about the juice. Hasn't Fragcom taught you anything?
You know what?
Yeah, but I still like the bottles.
General,
I'm a
but I
visual
still-
person.
I am.
I'm not being serious. You, JJ, should also know not to take me serious for more than, I don't know, 5 seconds.
Oh, no, I know. I'm just trying to keep track of everything because my laptop is very unhappy and I can't get any of the comments to come up that I want to share. Like Rachel's, for example. Close up of Alex, always welcome. Do you know how long I've tried to share that comment? I've been trying to share that comment for like 5
He makes
minutes.
another
And it
comment
finally.
that apparently Rachel thinks Alex is really hot because keep going. She the
Ooh.
last comment.
Ooh.
What you mean is smoking hot?
Ooh,
three
Rachel.
flames?
There's more. She's got more in there.
Oh, well, give me another 5 minutes. She's now laughing like a schoolgirl here, and I can't bring up the. Let's see if we can bring up the comment. Please be
Alex.
patient.
You better
Please
be
be-
careful. You
Oh,
better be
here we go.
careful when wearing your panty dropper fragrances in public there, buddy.
I love Rachel.
I don't have panty dropper fragrances.
Hey, you never know.
I love the way that Alex says panty dropper.
I know.
Okay,
But
Anu,
you know what gave me the same impression of red tobacco? It was a 10 ml travel size that a friend gave to me of Initio Wood for Greatness.
Oh,
I sprayed it
I hate
and I
that.
said, "What's that shit? What's the hype about?"
Worst ever.
I mean,
Oh, it's
it's awful. It's like smelling Baccarat Rouge with added plasticky synthetic wood. It's a total shit.
with
It
extra
is total
amber wood.
shit.
wait, is this
Yeah,
comment? Wait, hold on, people. Is this comment a ghost? Is it like translucent? Like, oh, there it goes. Now it's fully
Gigi, what
visible.
do you want?
Well, no, I think it's just on my end. So when I bring a comment up, it probably looks normal to
JJ,
everyone
did
else.
you eat some gummies before the stream?
No, because I would be in the emergency room. I can't handle that shit. Well, I have this mushroom T-shirt that I wear, and everybody thinks that I'm like crazy about my magic mushrooms when I wear it. I'm like, no, I just like finding them in the woods. Not really into the
No, you're a
psychedelics.
fun guy.
Oh, they say so.
Man.
No, but on my end, when I like, it's probably normal to the viewers and to you guys. But when I try to bring up a comment, it will come up like translucent, like it's like a ghost comment, and it doesn't fully show. And I'm like, what? So, but it's probably not showing as such on anybody else's end. But Anush says, I'm bombarded about gem old frags that haven't gone way crazy on Obtanium. Crazy Kritzia. Dominique Ropio in 1991, very comparable to OG Obsession Woman. Can be found for reasonable prices. Love Kritzia. Crazy. Dana Sandhu actually turned me onto that one on a great cheapies video she did with Sebastian Jara, a perfume guy. And that's where I first learned of the House of Kritzia. I learned of that, and I learned of Kritzia Uomo, which is quite polarizing, apparently, although I happen to love it. And also, eventually, I learned from Donna of Teatra alla Scala.
Scala is good stuff.
That's good.
And everybody was acting like it was their fucking discovery, like they were Christopher Columbus. But I always made it a point to give credit to Donna, because she is...
That's where I first heard about it. Yeah, it was Donna.
She has turned me on to so much stuff. And I want to give her credit for that. Let's see what's going on in the chat here.
I do want to point out one thing.
Is this it? I told you it was gonna take a long time for me to get to it. Hot Italian dudes will draw in the lady viewers. Let's hear it for Alex.
Especially if
just give it about 2 minutes and he'll finally show
up.
up.
Alex, can you make some
really
good spaghetti sauce?
Ooh, wait! You got to do that again, Alex. I have to remove the comment. The comment is obscuring. Do that again.
I jumped wrong.
Okay.
Oh, look at the Henley. That's a good. I like that Henley. Alex is lean, dude. You have leaned up. I mean,
yeah, I've always tried to raise my weight to gain some fat, but I really can't stock up body fat. I try as hard as I can, no chance.
You are like you're like Lewis in the future. You're like the older Lewis
with the abs.
Yeah.
Alex, you look great, and you have good hair too. You got it. You got the whole package.
It's an Italian thing.
Hey people, we were at 62 likes. We were aiming for a goal of 65. We need at least 3 more. Why don't we try to get 70 by the end of the stream?
We should show our abs, but just the guys.
I'm not showing no damn abs. Are you kidding me?
I'm not doing it unless
I haven't been able to show my abs since I was 32. Like I gained way too much weight. I need to lose some chub in the middle.
Listen,
it's critical.
Behind this keg, I'm sure there's a 6-pack. You know.
behind this keg.
Mhm.
Well, show us that keg. Show us some skin.
No,
All right.
Do it. I'll remove this
Hey.
comment that's been sitting there
Showing
for.
the hair.
I'm not showing
Okay.
my keg. Get the
The hair, though. The hair.
All right.
Yeah,
You can tell it's getting late in the stream, can't you?
Yeah, because
Start going.
I feel like the stream
But
is like veer.
Yes.
Just like kind of like a truck driver who's falling asleep at the wheel. And the truck
Totally.
is just drifting off the side of the road.
well, this accounts for 38 weeks because like I had to leave this
We're
for
at
the
4
very
hours.
end.
Gigi, you're at 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm at the 4-hour mark. This is the longest one. I wanted the last one to be the longest.
Good for you.
That's what she said.
Yeah,
But
that's where I was thinking too.
So we were going to have Mark Robes08 as the special guest, but he actually had his son had a rescheduled soccer match, and maybe we'll have him in the future. But I think it's kind of nice.
No,
I think it's kind of nice though that we have all of our returning panelists from throughout the season. So maybe Rachel can join us before we finally have to sign off. I have a hard cutoff sign off at 10:30. We'll still do a backstage until about 11 though p.m. my time.
Yes.
So basically, I always forget that everybody's in different time zones, but a half hour more and then a half hour of a backstage because 11 o'clock.
Yeah, for Margie, right now, Margie, it's
Early.
7
It's
o'clock
7
for you.
o'clock.
Right.
We can keep going.
Rachel keeps going here. Woo.
That's okay, Rachel.
Woo.
We know. It's okay.
Rachel, we
You know what's
you're
crazy is
happy,
you guys
Margie.
can already
It's
see
okay.
the comment come up and
We
I
know.
can't. So it looks like it's not showing up for me.
We
It finally showed up for me. Seriously, friends, I'm very happily married. Just a huge Alex fan.
Rachel,
think-
you don't need to defend that.
Ooh.
can
No,
be
you
happily
never
married
know. You
and
never know,
still
man.
come
That might have been
favorably on someone else.
maybe Rachel got herself in a little trouble. You know what I'm saying? And hubby was like, "Hey,
Oh no.
you better fix that."
No.
Oh, she had to backpedal a little bit.
Yeah.
Fernando reports 66 likes. That's awesome. For 4 more, we'll get
You got over
70.
65.
At 70 likes, Mr. Clean will take his shirt off.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, can I do
No,
a
that's what Alex
buy
said.
me a
That's what
coffee
Alex
super
said.
chat offer, Mr. Clean?
So what's that?
For either 10 coffees?
No.
Over?
Ten coffees for the shorts.
$50 $50 super chat.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for my close up yet.
But when will you be?
Yeah, well, let's see. Maybe at the end of the summer. Maybe in a couple months I'll be ready.
We're just
Okay.
trying to see how clean you are. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I'd like to see Mr. Dirty. Wait, hold up. This says it all right here from Christy.
It's right under
Those
the
eyes. So we haven't talked about fragrances in about an hour now.
So, some people in the chat have heard me talk about this one now at least once, if not a couple times. But this is a new. I like to talk about the things that are new that like. It's new because I really like it, and I'm wearing it a lot more, and I'm playing with it, and I like it. So I just picked this up.
That's
This
what she
just
said.
arrived like a week ago. This is a Javoy, and this is my only Javoy bottle. I do like these bottles.
Yeah, those bottles are cool.
This
They're
is
super weighty.
Incident.
Ooh,
Diplomat.
Oh man.
great.
Love that
That's
stuff.
good.
It is
Yeah,
good.
That's good.
Oh my God! So Margie sent me a decant sample of this that she had. That she wasn't sure. She was like, "This smells. Maybe you might like this one more." She sent it to me. I couldn't get enough of it. I was spraying. I was like, "Holy shit!" Like after a few days of wearing it, I just jumped on and found a bottle and ordered it.
Nice.
Here's the thing. Now, you guys tell me if you've experienced this, because this is what I've experienced with this. When I was spraying from the decant, and then when I got it, the first few times I wore it. So the first several times I wore it, it was to me a sandalwood scent. So the three main notes in here is vetiver, patchouli, and sandalwood. Okay, so three main notes: patchouli, sandalwood, vetiver. For me, the first several times I wore it, it was sandalwood, and I thought it was a gorgeous sandalwood. And the thing is, as we know, it's hard to come across a gorgeous modern sandalwood because we don't have we don't have our old favorite sandalwoods anymore. But I was really enjoying this as sandalwood. A couple nights ago, I sprayed it for the first time. It suddenly became a vetiver scent. This is now a vetiver fragrance to me.
Oh, isn't that funny?
Describe it as a patchouli fragrance.
It does. It does. It's a little bit of a shapeshifter.
It is.
Yeah.
This is a shapeshifter.
Yep.
You know what's? You know what's?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
No, go ahead. You let me go first last time, so you go first this time.
Okay, fine. I will just
I'm
say.
trying to retain my likability factor here, so you go.
We like you. We like you. It's already decided. No, I like this fragrance. Okay, so you know what's weird about this fragrance? Okay, the first time, every time I smell it, it's something different.
Once I bought the bottle, I sent it back. So
he sent me the decant back, and every time I smell this fragrance, it's something different. So it's definitely a shapeshifter. The other day I sprayed it. Okay, the first thing I got was patchouli, but it wasn't like a nasty, like hippie patchouli. It was a nice, clean patchouli. It smelled very distinctly of patchouli. But then at some point, I got almost like a Tootsie Roll. And Mr. Clean doesn't like that I said that, but there's something almost chocolatey. It's like there's something chocolatey about it.
It's the patchouli.
Yes.
Yep.
It's really
the patchouli.
Good. This is a good perfume.
Yeah. And it is a really great vetiver. Now that suddenly it became a vetiver frag to me, I am really enjoying the vetiverness of it. But when it was a sandalwood,
what the hell? That was not supposed to be Dave. I'm trying. Oh, I fucking give up. All right, here we go. Take two.
So it is, and if you look on Fragrantica, people will talk about, oh, it's vetiver. Other people will say, oh, it's patchouli. When I first was experienced, I was like, oh, it's fucking sandalwood. Now it's vetiver. So who else? Anybody have this? Anybody have a decant? Anybody else experience this one? And what are your thoughts on it? Anybody on the panel?
I have it. I have a full bottle. Who's speaking? Yeah. I have it. I have the full bottle. I love it, and mostly because many fragrances which have both the notes of patchouli and vetiver. When these notes, I love those notes. When they are mixed on my skin, they can go very acrid, very medicinal. In this case, Incident Diplomatique doesn't do that.
Yeah.
For example, Private Label from the same, always from Jovoy, that does it. And I like also the very fresh kind of opening. On my skin, the mandarin is very fresh. And to me, it's a very, very good fragrance. It doesn't last ages, but last what it does need to last.
Hi, Ryan.
I'm doing a Ryan voiceover. I'm dubbing. Move your lips. Go on moving your lips.
So wait. Let's see if we can get him up. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Ryan and JJ, are you either of you familiar with Incident Diplomatique?
Actually, I can't say that I am familiar. You're familiar with the Les Jus Sont Faits. I like that one a lot.
Yes, Les Jus Sont Faits, but that's their boozy tobacco. So
Yes, and I love that one, and I also love.
Oh, talk to me. Talk to me about that.
Liturgie des Yeux is the other one. What the hell? Poor Ryan. Okay. Jesus. All right. It's only going to work if I'm trying to just... Go ahead. Dave.
Do you guys get out of the? So I've sampled 5 Javoy fragrances, and I've noticed that there's kind of like a, to quote Sebastian Jara, there's kind of this DNA running through the fragrances I've tried. So I don't know if it's for all of them, but I get like this sticky resinous quality from every one that I've tried so far. Do you guys experience that at all?
I can't say I get sticky resinous from Instant Diplomatique, but maybe I like. So I smelled and I really like, and the next one I might get is Psychedelique, which is a bigger patchouli. I really like Psychedelique as well. So
I have to revisit that one. I found that one kind of like gloopy and sweet for what it was at the time.
See, I remember that too, Ryan. I remember that too.
So I think that Reminiscence Patchouli is the first and better version of Psychedelique, with its sort of chocolatey, ambery patchouli. And then when I tried Psychedelic, I was like, well, this is a little too much for me. Like, I think that the balance is there with Reminiscence Patchouli.
I don't like too much sweet with my patchouli.
I do tend to like mine a little bit earthier and more.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the best in that line is L'Instant de Guerlain. To me, for that chocolatey kind of patchouli, nothing better than that.
You're right,
here,
Alex. Love that perfume.
I have 2 suggestions then. Here is an underrated, another underrated fougere that actually leans kind of feminine. And that is from Javoy, and I'm going to butcher the name, but it is L'Art de la Guerre.
L'Art de la Guerre.
Thank you. Oh, I was close. I was pretty damn
L'Art
close.
de la Guerre. So here is something, a very important thing with French. Whenever you see an apostrophe, think of it as a contraction. So in English, a contraction doesn't have any So whenever you see that apostrophe, you just pretend it's not there and you just pronounce it as if it's not there. So like Eau d'Hermès, L'Artisan, etc. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, he's frozen. Oh, there he is.
No, it's a beautiful kind of. Am I back now?
You're back.
It's it has an interesting note of rhubarb. So the rhubarb here comes off lightly vegetal, but more fruity. God, this stuff is good. It's really, really great.
I'd like to try that.
And it's light. So, and I mean super light. It's not cheap. So I would probably say sample before you buy. I don't think it's blind buy safe just because of its the way that it kind of behaves. Don't go into this thinking that it's a full-on like traditional fougere. It's not. It's done in Javoy style, so you really have to appreciate their style. You have to appreciate the fact that it has rhubarb, and the rhubarb is pretty prominent. Yeah. And it's just, I like it because it's kind of a departure from the traditional masculine fougere. I like it. I like that quality about it. But as you could see, I reach for it, but I don't reach for it often. This is one that kind of like gets lost in the shuffle, but I do still think it's very, very underrated. One more thing, and then I'll shut up for a moment.
And there's
oops! I like took you off the spotlight.
Margie, what's the Javoy that you were also just considering?
Oh, I loved
the Gardenia one.
Garde-moi.
Garde-moi. I love that one from Javoy. I wanted a bottle. I've only smelled it once, but right away I smelled it and I'm like, oh my god, it's just a really good white floral. I mean, it's gardenia, I guess, right? But so good.
If you guys want to try a great earthy patchouli, try Behold Patchouli from Gallagher Fragrances. The best patchouli I've ever smelled. But that's me.
Behold, that's really good to know. Behold from Gallagher.
I will tell you though, it's not a mass appealing patchouli. It will challenge you a bit.
Has anyone tried V Canto Mea Culpa? I know that Sebastian Jara has mentioned that one. So Regis. Oh, go ahead, Alex.
Oh my God!
No, sorry, just
one more time.
I think it's quinto canto, means fifth.
Oh, so
the V is the Roman 5.
So it's Roman
And
numeral.
it's
Okay.
referred to Dante's Divina Commedia, which is divided in canti, which are the chapters. Quinto canto means the fifth chapter of Divina Commedia is the one about luxuria, love. It's the fifth chapter of the Hell.
And Pat Lister here asks, talking about patchouli, is anyone going to sample the new Les Indomptables? Which is that's the patchouli with a hazelnut, right? Patchouli noisette.
Yeah, I think it's a hazelnut.
I like to smell all the patchoulis. But it's so funny. Everybody likes their patchouli different, I notice. Like a little bit of that. We're so like about patchouli, I feel like.
Can I just say I got a news alert. Like normally I wouldn't do this. This is just a funny one. I got a little news alert headline that said Al Pacino's girlfriend is pregnant.
What? It's got to be Rob De Niro's.
It said Al Pacino. Al Pacino's girlfriend is. How old is Al Pacino? Come on, man.
82. 82.
Yeah, 82.
Come on. I don't. I'm not into pop culture news and stuff. I just thought that was funny. It just flashed across my other screen.
I hope mine works. I hope mine works when I'm 82.
Wow.
So.
Oh my goodness! Please.
Where is this going? We're all over the place. Look at Ryan. Ryan's.
All right, and well, on that note, I'm going to actually do a repeat of the shout outs for everybody who has donated and supported the Effluvium season. Everybody who's done super chats, super stickers, coffees. I'm going to share that right now as we do one more brief intermission here. All right, let me just bring this up. Hopefully this will work considering everything else is falling apart. Effluvium donors. Yes, that's the one I'm going to open. Laptop. Let's see. Stand by. It's supposed to come up. What the fuck? Oh my goodness. It's in the midst. It's in the process.
Okay, take your time. And I want to ask you. When you come back.
System processing.
So apparently my StreamYard has just reported to me that my device is having trouble sharing my video. Sharing it. A big red bubble, like pop-up came up. So I guess we may not be doing that right now.
My fault.
Yeah.
You had a lot of people contributing to the channel.
Did you see it earlier? Yeah. So everybody's just gonna have to rewind and watch it. So so we have about
Margie,
10 minutes here.
Oh
yeah, we'll have you show.
I was gonna say, have you guys? I'm sure most of you have tried, but like Alex said, Lattenstadt Guerlain EDT. Dude,
yes.
It's so good. Alex is right. It's like that chocolatey, right, Alex? Like,
yeah.
Do you consider it patchouli forward? I guess so.
So the EDT, I've owned both the EDT and the EDP in vintage and current formulations in various bottles at different points. So the EDT is a lot more complex than the EDP in terms of its experience, but the dry down definitely gets to that patchouli place eventually.
Oh yeah.
The original version of the EDP, the Eau Extreme, is like patchouli bomb. And the current one is a little bit more like gourmandy in its leaning.
Yeah, I definitely prefer the EDT.
I prefer the EDT too. I'm an EDT fan.
It's so good. If you guys haven't tried Lattenstadt Guerlain EDT, I think you can still get it for pretty cheap. I got mine on FragranceNet. It's a modern version. It's like the Listerine version. I love it. It's so good. It's so comforting. You know, it has that cocoa kind of like, you know, and it's not like dirty, heavy patchouli. It's more like, you know, it has that citrus, you know, the bergamot opening or whatever, that Guerlain opening, very bright. And then you get
and the cocoa-iness is not, it's not like gourmandy. It's not like, you don't feel like a snack. It's not.
It's amazing.
No. It's one of the smoothest fragrances ever.
I agree. So good.
It's so good. And the eau de toilette is more versatile than the eau de parfum. It's heavier on the citrus opening, but the citrus is not clashing with the warm notes in the base. It's extremely well blended, extremely smooth.
Is that the wrong one? That's
What the hell? What is
See, JJ ate the gummy.
I feel like I just got played off at the Oscars.
My laptop is having such issues. Hold on, we'll try that again. That finally came through after like 12 minutes, and just stand by. Let's see if that will actually work. Okay, hold on. Oh God. Yeah, it's just not happening. Yeah. Bye. Let's get back to the chat.
Margie?
I'm looking for my bottle.
By the way, speaking of patchouli, this is a completely different take on patchouli. It's Lucien Ferrero Ce n'est pas un patchouli, which means this is not a patchouli, but it is a patchouli. But it's extremely fresh. This is a patchouli you can wear in summer, which is not so common.
I like it.
It's very minty, very citrus in the opening. Then in the mid you have the patchouli and some green notes, hay, carrot, mate. And only in the dry down it becomes a little warm and resinous. It has some resins. That's benzoin, tonka. But it's very smooth, and one of the, probably the only patchouli I know you can easily wear on a summer day. This is very, very good.
Nice.
Stop.
Oh God, my laptop really needs a break tonight. Oh my God. Yeah.
I found my bottle. This bottle somehow just like always disappears in my collection. It's the weirdest thing. I think it's kind of unassuming. Look at the bottles. Like, you know, I kind of miss it among my other stuff, but this is my La Instant Guerlain. So it's modern day Listerine bottle. EDT. Oh my God. Like
which one do I have? Do I have the EDP?
You have the EDP, and I smelled the EDP, and I prefer the EDT. I do. Do you have the EDT, Cling?
I think I have just one of them, and I think it might be the EDP.
It's so
and it was
smooth.
random. I was like, oh, I got to buy one. Which one? I was like, I just got the EDP. So now y'all making me want the EDT.
The EDT is the more dressed up, gentlemanly version of it. It's kind of like a little bit more, I don't know. It's more classic. It feels more like a Guerlain to me. Yeah. It's more like a true sequel to kind of where they left off with Heritage, than the EDP, which is more like I don't know. I don't know what I think of it. The EDP is more like Guerlain going more contemporary at that point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you can wear the eau de toilette year round, while the eau de parfum, I wouldn't wear it, but in fall, winter.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey,
on a spring, during spring, or even in a summer evening, if you don't spray too much, the eau de toilette is perfectly suitable.
Totally.
Regis
we're talking
Moncton
about these
asks. Oh,
classic-
sorry.
I'm sorry.
No. We'll get to you in just a second. Regis asked, what are some good hippie patchouli fragrances? My nominations would be Santa Maria Novella, patchouli, and to an extent, patchouli noir, Histoire de Parfum.
That's a good one.
And I'm actually going to be reviewing that one this week on Instagram and everywhere else, so where I can post reviews. So those are my two nominations.
I'm glad you are, because I find Histoire de Parfum, from what I understand, before I came into the fragrance community, Histoire de Parfum was very, I don't want to say hype, but they were spoken about quite a bit. And I feel like they deserve more attention.
Yes.
Yeah,
I really
so.
do. I wore 1969 last week, one night, just on a whim, and I forgot how damn good this stuff is.
Yeah. Their stuff is good. I like 1740 is my favorite.
1740
so
Marquis de
good.
Sade is really good. I just want to go back to patchouli.
Go
For a pretty good, affordable patchouli that is patchouli from and dry down to the end. And the dry down does get into the hippie dark patchouli. Seriously, Molinard patchouli, bottle. It's like a $60. You can get it for like 45 to $60.
And does it do the hippie thing? Does it do the hippie thing?
In the long dry down, you get that. That aspect of the patchouli is definitely there.
Okay. Look at JJ's rubbing his head.
You know what that means? It means I've been craning my neck too long in front of a laptop. That's why.
I know.
Between working and the live streaming.
You've done great. I don't know how you do it. Like with all the organization that goes into your streams. I'm just very much like, if I can stream, I can stream. But you're so organized and planning your guests and everything. So when are you coming back?
Being anal retentive. That's what it is. Darren Allen Perfume says, JJ, I just blind bought the Carthusia numero uno. It sounds right up my alley. I think you'll enjoy it, Darren. I
think he will too, but I don't understand the point when Sheeper number one is right.
When he already has a Sheeper number one, but hey,
this hobby doesn't make any sense really.
Why do I have like 5 different Sheepers that smell very similar? I somehow noticed little subtle differences in them. Tripler says, now that I've accumulated what I need, the EDC of Vetiver and Abbey Rouge are bonkers. Buy now. Is that comment coming up? Okay. All right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. Because like I don't see it coming up, so it's already sitting there, and it's very jarring. That's why I'm like half the time I'm like distracted because I'm trying to share comments.
Do you think it's internet connection, JJ? Do you think?
I don't think it's so much that. I think it's just the laptop can't handle all the
lag. It usually happens when, like, you're running out of memory, and like
it's slow disk
stuff usually will slow it down.
Yeah, it's exactly what's happening. And Darren says, I have a thing for Sheepras. And what is Victoria's Secret says, what is a hippie thing?
It's a head shop patchouli, right?
Yeah.
Like it's kind of that, but that's I can't do that kind of patchouli. The associations don't really work for me. Tie-dyed shirts and all that jazz. I just
you know,
it's a thing.
I think you could pull off a tie-dye shirt.
I was a 70s child, so I was around that without it being a specific thing. It was just like men, working class white guys that I grew up around smelled like Brute. And then I'd walk down the street and I'd smell patchouli like it was just normal as a kid. It was just there. Mm-hmm. So it does take me back that type of patchouli.
Yeah.
71 likes, people. 71 likes. Let's see. We're going to be signing off very soon. Let's see if we can get to 75 likes. We just need 4 more likes. We'll get to 75. And somebody
about Habit Rouge came up. There's a new. I think I've been asked about it a couple times in a couple streams, and I haven't touched it. There's a new version. There's a new Habit Rouge.
Yes,
there is. Right,
but it's not.
Has
it's not.
Anyone smelled it? What do we know about it?
It's not sold in the States, but it is supposed to be very good. but it's supposed to be kind of like dress code. It's going to smell like a lot like actual Hobby Rouge. It's just kind of like updated. So dress code took
I
it
don't
in
know
a more
dress code.
gourmand direction, and this takes it in a more like fresher direction. So it's
Okay.
kind of like
Is it the EDP that's out? Privé, right?
It's-
Is it?
it's
Yeah,
called-
Privé is an eau de parfum. All the
Okay.
new bottles are eau de parfum. And they
Okay.
kind of, and I'll be honest with you guys, I smelled the new bottles. People are saying they're not reformulated. I really do think they are. They smell completely different to me. Not completely, but they do smell different to me.
Oh, that's.
When I,
but
but
not
that's
me.
just me. But
Not-
Hobby Rouge is the only one that was not good before, and it's still not good. Although I
agree
am
with you.
excited.
Ooh, no,
I
no,
am-
this gives me flashbacks of the early conversations that I would have with Ryan. Where he,
I don't love Hobby Rouge either. So
I
I
love
will-
Hobby Rouge. The
I
EDT,
I
will-
don't care about
I
any of
just
the
will-
other.
wear Shalimar, people.
Yeah,
Oh.
right
Yes,
there.
Shalimar,
It's a
No.
1,000 times better.
All right, I'm
I-
canceling everyone. I'm signing
No, I
off.
don't
No.
think. I
No,
never
time
got
for-
to Ryan.
time for
No.
the theme music.
No,
Turning on
listen,
the theme
listen.
music.
I will try the Privé. I will most likely,
Don't
if it's
even-
not sold here, I'll find a way to get it, even if I have to blind buy it. I kind of want to try it. I do. I kind of
Well, of
want to
course.
try it. But
I
yeah,
want to try the new one.
the original
I wanna
Hobby
know
Rouge
what that
is.
Yes, Darren.
I have-
Yes, only the EDT. I don't like any of the
Yeah.
other versions. And
But you know
Fernanda
what?
says, I love Hobby Rouge. I
But you know what,
love
though?
Hobby Rouge.
It's that
Guerlain
one's great.
makes one of my favorite fragrances of all time. So I
Mitsuko?
can't really.
Wait, which
No.
one?
Heritage.
Heritage.
Oh, that's so-
Heritage.
I freaking
Love
love
Heritage.
that stuff.
Are
man.
you the
I love it.
one? Do you feel like the gold cap early versions are superior, or the?
I
or
don't-
the-
I don't get into that whole I don't get
Good.
into all that bullshit.
Good.
Like I just go out, I buy stuff, and if I wear it and like it, that's where it ends. Like I don't need to go chase down. Oh, but
Yeah.
if you get the one that was released 34 years ago instead of the stuff that
No.
was released
34
36
years
ago, get the fuck out of here. I don't
I
give two
only
shits
have-
about all that.
And I've
Let me buy the
only
stuff sprayed on. If I think it smells good,
If you
I'll
think it
wear
smells good,
That's
you
it.
don't have to seek out something that somebody else says is better. If you already have something there and you're enjoying it and you love it, the end. Period.
Take that, Anoush. No, I'm kidding.
So,
Oh, Anuj is not. No, Anuj is not that type at all. He
No,
doesn't.
I know.
But I know who is.
I'm
Oh,
just being a
time to sign off. Time to sign off.
I'm just being an eggplant. That's
but
all.
you're good. I've owned Gold Cap. I actually sold Gold Cap and kept the current.
See, what did I just tell you?
So
I just
Oh,
say.
what?
smelled
It's
the
so
Listerine
good.
bottle version. I've only
You
I
yeah,
have
me
it. I've only smelled that.
EDT all the way. Fuck that EDP.
That's what I have. EDT.
Like those EDPs, man. They're so pointless.
wait,
Same with the
is it-
Abbey Rouge. Oh, ugh.
Is it Abbot Rouge or is it Heritage now? I don't remember. I have one of them. So I have like two of each of them. One of them is a low. Which
Abbey
one?
Rouge.
Oh,
Yeah,
Abbot
unless-
Rouge.
yeah. Abbey
I
Rouge
have
is a-
Abbot Rouge low, which actually I really like too. Yeah.
Yes.
So how do we feel about Vetiver and then Vetiver Extreme?
Oh,
Vetiver.
Okay.
I like
I thought-
Vetiver. I love Vetiver Extreme. Vetiver Extreme is one of my favorite Guerlains.
Okay,
Yeah.
my
Damn it.
turn.
I like the Vetiver Extreme, but I stick with the original.
Me
The
too.
original
I like the
Vetiver.
original Vetiver. Yes.
I think they smell so different. They smell like
Yeah.
two different perfumes.
So then let me
Exactly.
ask you this, Mr. Clean. What do you like more about the Extreme versus the original? Sell me.
The original, and I love Vetiver fragrances, and I have several. Again, this year, I think most of my frags have been in Vetiver forward. Guerlain Vetiver leans into the, like if somebody said, "Is that bug spray?" I'd be like, I understand why you say that. I like it. Don't get me wrong.
Oh.
I like Vetiver, but it's got that little bit of something that if somebody ever confused it with a bug spray, I'd understand why. It is nice and clean.
Interesting.
It's good.
You know what's funny is
But-
anytime somebody mentions that something smells like a bug spray, I end up noticing that and loving it. I don't know.
So
Like-
and like no, I like Guerlain vetiver, so don't get me wrong, but it has a little bit of that tinge where like I could see that. Like I like it, but do I love it so much I would spray it all the time? No. Unlike vetiver
That's so
extreme,
weird. I don't
which
get
vetiver
it.
extreme is, to me, it's a different scent. Certainly there's vetiver in there. I think they should have named it something else and made it its own thing, because I don't think it smells anything like the original. It is definitely its own thing. It's darker, it's more patchouli, it's got character. It is more of a perfume to me than vetiver is.
Your take is wild to me, because I feel the complete opposite. That's so wild to me. Like the vetiver extreme is fresher, it's cleaner, it's lighter, it's more heavy on citrus. Vetiver EDT, the original EDT, not the EDC. EDC going back vintage is like very light and citrusy, but the EDT is heavy on tobacco and nutmeg. It's a dark, spicy take on vetiver.
You know what? Also, the original vetiver has been so inspirational for other fragrances. It's been so copied that you have smelt it in other fragrances as well, while the extreme version is quite unique.
Honestly, like once I hit on Guerlain, it was like a mic drop. Like, okay, Heritage, it covers so many bases. Like Heritage is so good. Do you really need anything else? And then like same thing, right? It's like Shalimar, Samsara. It's just oh my god, like they're just so good. Yeah, they're like my mic drop like house.
Stick says Boz will be back for season 2 with a vengeance.
Yes.
No, he will not.
He will not.
Okay.
No,
I
he
just
will
had
not.
to run and grab some bottles. So wait. Let's see.
Oh, okay.
All right. Vetiver. Okay, yeah. So again, Listerine bottle. Vetiver Extreme, which is missing its cap. I don't know where the fuck that went. But wait,
You'll find it.
Let's make sure. EDT and EDT. But yeah, so the Extreme to me is just more perfumey. I think it's more involved to me.
Yeah, you could tell that you wear the Extreme much more than the original vetiver.
And now I do love the original vetiver. However, I actually am wearing this cheapy more, and it does the same thing. I think it does it better.
Ooh,
My goodness.
That's very different. It's much fresher.
I feel like these do the same thing. I not that I would confuse them, but I think they do the same thing with vetiver. They're in the same category. I actually prefer this one over Guerlain vetiver.
It's that's it's much fresher and has seen very little real vetiver. That Malizia. I mean, I love it. I have it.
Yeah.
I've used the body spray for ages, but it doesn't smell a lot like real vetiver. It smells more like more than Guerlain vetiver. I will put in the same ballpark as Mugler Cologne, for example, or Carvan, vetiver by Carvan.
Yeah,
which
that's one that slept on is I don't know about the current version or recent version, but
it's good. It's good.
It is it is good. Yeah. But Carvan vetiver, it's a very, I mean, it has some similarity to a Guerlain vetiver, but there's something just so much brighter and woodier about it.
Yeah, fresher, slightly soapier.
Yeah, soapier too. And then I love the soapiness.
But while we're giving Mr. Clean vetiver recommendations, if he hasn't sampled it already, Mr. Clean, you should definitely check out Diptyque's Vetiverio.
Oh no, I don't know. I don't have that one. No.
It's a great rooty, earthy vetiver after a bright, like citrusy opening. So it opens very bright, citrusy, a little bug spray like, perhaps. and then it goes to like a very rooty vetiver as well.
And wait, so what's it called? Diptyque what?
Vetiverio.
Vetiverio.
But it's spelled with a Y
right.
in
Okay.
there.
I got it.
And go for the eau de parfum. Not they 2 concentrations, but the eau de parfum really gives you that amped up rooty vibe.
Nice.
I really think that anybody going for diptyque should just skip the eau de toilettes and go right for the eau de parfum. Anything
Really?
diptyque.
Okay.
Yeah,
Margie
the
always goes
EDTs
for
are.
the EDTs on the diptyque.
No, I have an eau de parfum.
Me.
I didn't even really know there was a difference when I first started getting into it.
Some of the fragrances don't have EDPs, and there are a couple where I prefer the EDT. Like L'Ombre d'Anzelo, I prefer EDT version.
I know, and I bought the EDP of L'Ombre d'Anzelo because I didn't really at that time I didn't really even know there was a difference. So that's fair. Yeah. What's the other one where I prefer the EDT? I actually prefer the EDT of Dando to the EDP, which is like most people. Yeah, I just like that it's meditative. I like that it's just it's more.
I get that. It's just
I like
super. They are super light, almost non-existent on my skin. The eau de toilette. That's just me though, you know.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, guys. Another great fougere is eau de mente.
Yeah.
That is good.
That's very good.
That's very
very
good.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, I'm going to go through this bottle by the end of the year.
You should get that one clean. Eau de
I
mente.
had a whiff of that in a store, and I was very uncertain about it.
What?
It did not.
I'm uncertain about you now. Come on.
I understand that because I was thrown off by the opening at first. It took me a number of times
isn't that
to come back to it before I really enjoyed it.
I have one more diptyque.
We're getting played off.
That time we can share it. Yeah, this is. I know. It's like you're getting escorted off of the stage now. So this is it. This is the end of season 1. 38 weeks. We're going to be going backstage, but I just want to thank everyone for being there all of these weeks and tuning in and joining in the conversation and participating, supporting, sharing. It's much appreciated. We're going to have 3 summer sessions. The first Effluvium summer session will be with Persolaise and another guest to be announced, and we'll have another one in July and August. And then we'll have the second season beginning in September. September 21st will be the second season of Effluvium. And we'll be back bigger and even better with even more great guests. So just want to thank all of you. And please take care of each other and be safe. And continue to love those fumes.
JJ Sticks is asking what the surprise was for the supporters. I think that was
well, let's bring that up very quickly here. Ooh, the chat is blowing up here. So Sticks had a question. I don't see the question. What did he say? Oh, what was the special? Oh, the special surprise is once I have a Patreon in 2024, all of you will have free subscriptions.
Ooh.
Oh, look at that.
Nice. Very cool.
And there will be no more. That you all contributed in season 1, so you're locked in. All right, everyone, take care. Have a good night. Go backstage.
Come join us.
Love you guys.
Bye.
Rachel,
bye.
Come join us.
Ending broadcast in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.